Call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Present.
Councilmember Binghamton, Councilmember Kavanaugh,
Present.
Councilmember Dundon,
Present.
Councilmember Costi,
Present.
Councilmember Hotchkiss,
Present.
Council President Matavetsky.
Present.
Thank you.
All right. We'll begin with approving the minutes from the business meeting on December 4th. Do I have a
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
motion by Councilman Dundon, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. We'll now move on to reports from committees and commissions. Does anyone have anything they'd like to report? I believe there was at least one meeting today.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Okay. I had a planning committee meeting just a couple hours ago to reintroduce one of the RLs from Monday. It was introduced as an ordinance and it needed to be introduced as a resolution. So I just had to clean up some procedural stuff for the Southern Door Community Land Trust related to ARPA funding.
You? Anyone else? The next meeting of the Environmental Commission is tomorrow, December 19th at 2 p.m. in City Council Work Session Room. And there's a bunch of stuff that happened at the traffic board, last traffic board meeting. One of them that was tabled to the next meeting relates to the Family Enrichment Network at 29 Fayette Street requesting to replace 15-minute parking signs with no parking signs to prevent parked cars from obstructing buses during drop-off and pickup. If I believe that's Councilman Costi's district. If you or your constituents have any concerns about that, they've requested traffic board members reach out to Family Enrichment Network with questions ahead of the January meeting. And we made finally took a vote on Woodland Ave and Mary. There's going to be four-way signage going in March and additional signage, slippery when wet type of signage, stop ahead kind of signage in advance of that. All right.
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
I know in my district, Boulevard Terrace, the constituent wanted to know if there'd be a if it would, or if alternate street parking would apply to that block.
Yes,
Okay.
alternate side of the street parking applies even if there's no parking sign.
Okay, I just wanted to double
Yep,
check
no
that.
problem. I
I'll
know
send her an email.
when streets get no parking and they've never
So
had that
even
before.
even though we are switching it to that
Yep.
side,
So
Yep.
if one side has no parking and then on that day, we'll say it's the odd day on an odd day, odd side, you can't park on the street at all.
okay, I'll let her know. Thank you. Okay, I'll let her know.
Okay. So next we have appointments. We've been accepting resumes for the Human Rights Commission. We had set a tentative deadline of yesterday. You can still submit, but we will be aware that the initial deadline had passed. We have received more than 15 very strong applications. As part of our outreach, we reached out to NAACP, Binghamton Pride Coalition, Office for Aging, Reentry Task Force, Southern Tier Independence Coalition, Broome County Veterans Services, Crime Victims Assistance Center, Islamic Organization of Southern Tier, Jewish Federation of Broome County, Southern Tier AIDS Program, Broome County Urban League, Addiction Center of Broome County, some of the major law firms, American Legion, the Police Union, Sheriff's Department, and many, many more organizations to see if there are interested persons in applying to be on the Human Rights Commission. So again, we'll still continue to accept, but we are currently reviewing the ones that were submitted by yesterday. So we also are continuing to accept applications for or resumes for Commission for Conservation of the Environment. We have received some, and I would be interested in putting forward Caitlin Serena for the current vacancy. So we have more vacancies that will open in January, but we have one that's open for, and making the appointment today would allow her to be a member for tomorrow's meeting. We would then have to reappoint her in January as that she's filling a vacancy where the term ends in January. So we could reconsider then. I believe you all received her resume. She's is able to attend Thursday's meeting. She holds a Master's of Science in Sustainable Communities, has current and past work history related to sustainability and agriculture, organization that I feel like most people may have heard of that stood out to me on her resume included Binghamton Farmers Market, Vines, and Cornell Cooperative Extension. But she has a lot more work history than that. So I guess I would ask, is there any further questions about her? Is there an interest in
I'll make the motion.
motion? Okay.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Middleton, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Any discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon, Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you so
7-0.
much. I will reach out to her after the meeting to alert her that she has a meeting to attend tomorrow. And then another call is we are collecting resumes for CDAC. And there's some are, if you check our website, you'll see which districts are have expiring terms. Those people may be reappointed by their council member. But if you're interested, it doesn't hurt to reach out. There's also an at-large position that we'll be looking at. And again, that's not to say that the person that's currently in the position may also be in the running for reappointment. All right, so that's appointments. And if you're interested in applying, you email clerk@cityofbinghamton.gov with your resume. Next, we have no public hearings tonight to set or hold, so we can move on to public comment. Please be respectful. Each speaker will be given up to 5 minutes to address city council on city issues. So you can start lining up, queuing up. There's a whole bunch of seats right down here next to this gentleman, and you'll just come up and keep it flowing. And you come up right to the mic if you're interested in going first. Make sure the green light is on. The rules about public comment are sitting right next to you. So make sure you see that. And you have 5 minutes. Please state whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton.
I work in the city of Binghamton. My name is Dave Drew. The green light is on. Can you hear me? Check.
And close to the face.
Okay, how's that? Okay, can you guys hear me back there? Okay, wonderful. So, my name is Dave Drew. I've been a real estate investor and developer in Binghamton for over 10 years, and I'm currently housing many tenants in the city of Binghamton. I'm also representing, with their permission, over 20 other landlords who collectively house thousands of tenants in the city of Binghamton. These include some with just a couple units and those with dozens. We would like to convey to you and the city of Binghamton how devastating additional regulations surrounding landlord-tenant relationships will be, namely the so-called good cause eviction opt-in that we know the council is considering. Good cause eviction legislation is not what it purports to be, and it will not do what you think it will do. In short, what we are asking is that we start working together. We have started working together to some degree, which is very encouraging, to develop a comprehensive analysis and determine the pros and the cons of a potential opt-in to good cause eviction. Table and revisit the motion, which I believe has happened, for 120 days would be ideal to give us enough time to really have a substantive conversation about this topic, which is going to affect so many people and so many small business owners. When we think about landlords, we don't often think of them as small business owners, but they are. And in fact, they are one of the largest groups of small business owners in the country and in Binghamton. And then finally, meet with landlords and tenants to pursue landlords and tenants to pursue mutually beneficial plans of action. I know that there had been some public opposition to this opt-in from both the commercial and Greater Binghamton Realtors Associations, amongst many other groups, including the mayor's office. And I'll just mention that the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution states that the United States should never deprive a person of life, liberty, or property. This law removes the landlord's right to their property and to control it, and does just that. There are so many different impacts, not only to landlords, that has to be considered, when considering this opt-in. And I wonder, have you guys spoken with many landlords, and what do they have to say as a part of your constituency? And in fact, other than the one that I know who is a landlord, are any of you landlords? And what is your experience in the city? I'd love to know that, because what's been happening over the last 12 months has been enough to make a lot of landlords, including myself, start to rethink whether or not it's worthwhile to continue in the city of Binghamton.
Can we keep
Adding more controls over
comments?
property, free citizens, in order to take away their rights will do little other than to continue to drive down the available housing. Speaking personally, this is already happening. And what's different about Binghamton, when you compare it, which has been done many times, to Ithaca and their good cause, when you move out of Ithaca, or when you decide not to do business in Ithaca, you have to go to Trumansburg or one of these neighboring smaller towns. In Binghamton, it's different, because you can go very easily to Endicott, Johnson City, Susquehanna County, Fenton, and work and, continue your businesses in those neighboring towns who have not had voiced opposition. Not to 1 minute. Okay. My final points. The thing that I think really needs attention, how this law negatively affects our tenants, the people that we work for and care for every single day, that my 6 employees are out there working to fix their problems, to take care of their needs, and to keep them safe. Those people, the good people, the 95% of the tenant base who are not amongst the bad apples, as I would call them, or the professional tenants, those are the ones who are going to be hurt the most by the people this law gives the most power to, which is the bad actors, the takers, and the people who are have learned how to take advantage of the system. If you sat in eviction court for any period of time, either today or last week, you would see a group of befuddled landlords wondering what just happened. And that's how it looks every week, week after week. The bad actors are the ones who love this law.
Your time is up.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. And we still have some seats down here if you want to keep lining up. We'll welcome up our next speaker. Welcome. Please state whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton. And again, the public comment rules are right next to you.
I'm Scott Lawfer. I live in the city of Binghamton. And I'm not a renter or a landlord, but I know people who are. And I'm very interested in the housing issue in Binghamton, because it's very important for the future of people who live here and for the present. So I'm talking about good cause eviction. It will likely reduce evictions overall. But I want to point out there are 2 sides to this issue. There are good tenants and good landlords, as well as bad of each. This legislation would help good tenants and should not hinder good landlords, in my opinion. Renters are easily replaceable due to the current demand. Increasing the availability of housing will also help reduce evictions, as well as bring rents down. For those thinking this will discourage housing investments, maybe that applies more to potentially bad landlords. If this law passes, it should also be complemented by efforts and policies to encourage good landlords to invest here. We all want to decrease evictions that leave people unhoused. Let's promote responsibility on both sides.
You. Next, welcome.
Kenneth Brown, West Side resident. I am in support of the good cause eviction law, and many of you were elected on an affordable housing, safe housing mandate, you should remember. I also think there's other solutions, short term, not short term, but in the, I guess, until everything can be built for affordable housing. We can build a 365, 24/7 shelter. It's obviously an undertaking. There's a funding issue, but I do have a proposal for how we can fund parts of this. I tried to figure out today how many units of student rental there are in Binghamton. I talked to multiple people. There's no set number. There's no real way to find out unless I'm going to do an insane amount of research. So with all the numbers I was thrown, I'm going to do a very low estimate and say 4,000 students or beds are filled in the city of Binghamton by students. We initiate an annual per unit student rental licensing fee program billed to the landlords at $100 a bed a year. At 4,000, that could bring in a good chunk of change. You can do the math. And obviously it's not all of it, but it's some of it. It's a start, a new revenue source outside of completely going through the budget and finding all waste. And I know there's going to be landlords that say, oh, but my money, I need my money. I need my money on my excess house that I don't live in. But at the average of, say, $500 a bed for a student a month at $6,000 a year, that's less than 1.5% of their full rent they pay annually. Now, I understand there are smaller landlords who don't have as much control, but for unlike people like Yonati, unlike Ackerman, unlike Queller, unlike any of these other housing parasites, and they can afford it, and they should pay back because they're the ones that have helped cause this problem for the last 10 to 15 years. They've, by some of their own admission, pushed people out into the streets in gentrified neighborhoods. And now some of them want to play hero and pretend like they're fixing the problem. And before, where am I taking off? We have to remember too, being that you are a representative body, you being representative, landlords are a minority, a very, very, very small minority in the city of Binghamton. They're not a huge percentage as, say, renters are who need the protection to live in the one house they rent from the people that are renting out the second house they own. And in response to what has been said already, if someone's right to access property is more important to them than someone's right to life, then they are not a small business, they are a small tyrant. And they do not deserve respect in that form. They can try to push us out to Johnson City, to Fenton, to Susquehanna, but we'll hold the line. We'll hold the line. I'm not a bad actor, and I support this law.
Thank you. Next, and there's extra spaces over here.
Good evening. I'm Cecily O'Neill. I'm a landlord, and I support this legislation. I live in Binghamton. I'm a Binghamton native, lived here most of my life. I want to think about this every day, and sometimes I neglect to. We are living on the land of the Haudenosaunee people. I bet there's not a single landlord in Binghamton who built the house or apartment building that they're trying to rent. The municipalities deliver water, they build sidewalks, they build roads, all for the benefit of the residents, including people who rent, including to the benefit of the landlords. I didn't build the roads. I didn't put in a water line or wastewater line. I'm benefiting from that infrastructure. I think it would be a much better world if landlords kept their rental property in such a manner that they would be willing and proud to live there themselves. And I don't see that happening around the streets of Binghamton. I would like to think that rental property could be kept in good repair and be safe for the people who have to live there. Everyone has to live somewhere. I encourage landlords to develop partnerships of mutual respect and mutual caring. It's a benefit to both parties. I'd encourage landlords to practice fairness and respect, and I'm confident that overall they would have far better outcomes. And I also believe they would get a fair market return on their investment. And I'm very pleased that you're considering this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. We've still got a bunch of seats to line up down here. If you're here for public comment, please come.
I
sit
I
right
just
down
want to
here.
mention really quick, we've we've kicked off this conversation for the last 2 weeks and had a lot of conversations, and it's going to continue beyond tonight. So we have a sign-in sheet for future meetings regarding good cause if you want to continue to meet with us. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
My name is Salka Valerio. I'm a community organizer with Citizen Action. And I like to say I've been organizing around good cause for about 3 years now. So this is not a new law. Binghamton is just always the last to actually make shit happen. Actually, yesterday, Rochester just won good cause. So shout out to them for caring about their tenants in their city. So I've been organizing around this. When I'm saying organizing, I've been knocking on tenants' doors for plenty of years. And good cause is a good law, especially for the tenants that I know that are senior citizens and that are on fixed incomes. A lot of people are on fixed incomes. A lot of people have jobs that don't pay them much either. So when a senior calls my phone crying to let me know that their landlord raised their rent by $100, that's sad news. Because a senior on a fixed income can't come up with that extra $100. So that means they have to find another place to actually where they could actually afford to live. So I am speaking off script because that's just me, but I write something. I myself have an amazing landlord. I even told my landlord, please don't sell your property. And if you decide to, let me know first so I could buy it, because I would hate to get any of these predatory landlords that we have in the city. My landlord is fair. As soon as something goes wrong, he's in my house and he's ready to fix it. And that's how you keep up the property. And he renovated all of this from scratch. And I am also a person that pay my rent on time every month. And I love good cause. So you can't say that the bad apples are the ones that love this. I love it. I've been organizing around it for 3 years. Actually, this is a week good cause eviction, if you ask me. So here's the script. I'm here to speak about the importance of passing good cause eviction protections, a measure that urgently needs to be addressed, the housing crisis in Binghamton. Right now, countless of renters in our city are vulnerable to sudden, arbitrary rent hikes and unjust eviction, often without any meaningful resources. Good cause is a simple, fair policy that ensures tenants can't be displaced without a legitimate reason and provide basic safeguards to keep people in their homes. Here's why this matters. Housing instability doesn't just hurt individual tenants, it hurts our entire community. When renters are forced out due to rent increases that they can't afford or no-cost evictions, it disturbs families, it disturbs our school district, our workplaces, and our neighborhoods. This problem is especially acute in Binghamton, where wages have not kept the pace with rising housing costs, and affordable housing is increasingly scarce. The good news is change is possible. Just yesterday, Rochester, like I said, won good cause eviction protection, proving that city across New York can take action to protect renters. Binghamton can and should follow their lead. Good cause eviction doesn't mean landlords lose their rights. It means tenants gain basic protections under this policy. Landlords will still have the ability to evict tenants who fail to pay their rent, damage properties, or violate their lease. What it prevents is the exploitation of renters through massive rent hikes or evictions without justification. It is a common sense solution that balances the right of property owners with the dignity and stability that every tenant deserves. In Binghamton, where housing inequities are deeply tied to systemic issues, good cause eviction is more than just housing policy. It's a tool for justice. It ensures that tenants, especially those from marginalized backgrounds, are not disproportionately pushed out of their homes by predatory practices.
You have 1 minute left.
Passing good cause would create more stability in our neighborhoods, reduce homelessness, and help ensure that housing remains a human right, not a privilege to those who can afford to pay more. As a leader in our community, we have a responsibility to prioritize the well-being of our residents and unchecked profits. Let's follow the other cities that have also adopted to good cause and take a stand with the renters in Binghamton. Together, we can create a future that everyone in our city has a safe and secure place that they call home. Also adding to that, New Jersey has been under good cause laws for 50 years. And guess what? New Jersey is outpacing New York State with development of housing. So don't let these people try to scare you to say people are gonna leave. If you're a predatory landlord, yes, we want you to leave.
Thank you. Next. Again, there's more seats, so if you're planning to speak, please start filling in these seats.
Can you hear
Welcome.
me?
Yes.
All right, so I just heard about this. It's last minute, and I'm like, this is crazy. All right, my name is Mian Shah. I was a landlord, Mian Shah. Would you like me to spell it for you? No,
No.
I know it's a foreign name.
Yeah.
I used to be a landlord.
Live or work in the city of Binghamton. Sorry.
I've done both. I'm a general contractor. I do a lot. I was a landlord for 12 years. Worst freaking possible thing. We don't need any more laws to fix things. What we need is responsible individuals, people that pay their rent, pay their bills. They don't have any issues. It's not really that hard. There's more laws out here protecting and defending the tenants than there are for landlord. How about we level the playing field here? You know, as you want to know my experience as landlord, we don't have enough time here. I'm completely against this law. It's not going to fix anything. We got Section 8 that'll help tenants pay their rent. We got Catholic Charity. We got DSS. You know, they get an attorney. How much more do you want out there? I'm pretty sure there's all the system. Pay your rent. There is no issues. You get a job, you get money, you pay your rent. The reason why people are going towards students is because those people actually pay their rent. This is not going to help. Strengthening more, a lot of these laws already exist. How much more power can you give to these, you know, squatters? Have you heard about squatters? That's basically what you're pushing for here, making it even harder already. This is going to push good landlords out. They want to make a change. This is strictly designed to strengthen big businesses. It's just a bad law. I've been a landlord for long enough, and believe me, I don't have any more rental properties in the city of Binghamton. Is because how it's just going downhill. More laws against landlord, more laws against landlord. I bet you're a landlord, but I can promise you a lot of the people that are in support for landlords don't know anything about being a landlord or owning a property. If it's that easy, why don't you guys become a landlord, buy property, and give them your own housing? How about you guys step out of private business? Is it really that hard? You know, we got all these charities want to support all this, you know, good actors, bad actors. If you guys are so much for it, go produce another homeless shelter. You know, we got enough of all this BS. I'm trying to be professional here and respectful, but wake the hell up. I mean, are you sleeping? Talk to me. Go ahead.
No interaction during public comment.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say, you know, more laws is not going to fix the problem. Tenants need to pay the rent, giving them more rights to become big, longer time squatters. This isn't the solution. This is just adding on fuel to the failure of Binghamton. It's not a good look on Binghamton. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, come on down. Welcome. Again, there's more seats down here. If we can try and keep the noise down from the audience, we're just going to listen to people that are speaking. Remember your name, whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton, and again, the guidelines for public comment are right there. Please stay away from cursing or going after individuals. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Patterson. I do live in the city of Binghamton, and my wife, Cecily O'Neill, just spoke. We do own a small income property. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to say is laws, laws, laws. I don't know if this is good or bad, but what I see, and I've been here before to talk about it, is we have a problem with code. We don't have enough people on code to go into all these buildings where there's problems. They have to take their life in their hands when they go into some of these buildings. They are dangerous. And I think we need a better code department. And I'm not saying these guys don't work. They work hard, but we need more people and they need to be paid more money. I think that's the root of it because and the tenants are afraid to call code because there's, repercussions of this. My wife and I own a property. We discovered that we're not getting good water service. And believe me, I called the water department. They were out there in 4 hours to check what was going on, and they did a thorough job. So I want to say you have a tremendously good water and sewer department here. They are very responsible, very kind, and very nice gentlemen to work with. And that's what I find with some of these city workers. They're there. They're really there. But if the landlord's not going to call them until the building falls down, then, don't blame the tenants. It's the city services are fantastic here. And I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. Next, welcome. Name, whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton, guidelines are there. More people can keep coming down to
Ms.
fill
Mark
in.
Sterling, and I am a maintenance technician. I live and rent in the city of Binghamton. I work for BWD Capital. I was a recovering addict. I have almost 20 years clean, and the gentleman was right. There's a problem going on in Binghamton. I see every day. I see houses being boarded up, people squatting. Okay, I interact with tenants. I think we have over 200 different apartments. We have 6 people full time, and I interact every day with the owner and with the tenants and with the staff that we have. I can't speak for every other landlord, but I can tell you that the company I work for cares for tenants. Problem happens is today, okay, a house today that we purchased a couple of years ago. We completely remodeled this house. We kicked the homeless people out, put the windows in, put doors in. This house was beautiful, upstairs, downstairs apartments. Today is the second time I've went there in 2 years, and I felt like crying. Just the doors were, I got pictures, garbage. Just the house was there was more damage. This house has cost us more money than it's ever gonna make us. That's not all their tenants, but there are those tenants. This law will protect those tenants as long as they're paying their rent. If they're drug dealers, if they got traffic going in, whatever they're doing, it's going to protect them. Mr. Drew was right on point. We need to interact more with code. We need to come up with something different where the tenants that have problems are being addressed. The landlords that aren't addressing those need to be held accountable. But for the ones that are, this law hurts them. This law will hurt them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, welcome. Name, whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton.
Hello, my name is Masami Kenak, and I live in the city of Binghamton. I wasn't planning on speaking today since the good cause eviction law isn't being voted on right now, but after today's comments, I feel that I have to speak up. I've been observing an eviction court for the past several months, and I've seen a lot of the cases that good cause would have changed the outcome of. The vast majority of these eviction cases in general are non-payment, and this law would not affect non-payment. It is holdover. This law is for holdover, and in my experience, that is less than 5% of all evictions. One of these holdover cases that I observed was a single mother of 2 boys who had been renting the same house for 10 years. She had called code on her house 3 times over the past few years and was being evicted for no reason. She paid her rent consistently and was not in violation of her lease. I even heard the code enforcement officer say that her living conditions were egregious. The stairs had collapsed a year prior, and mold had been painted over repeatedly. And yet she was still evicted because under current law, code issues have no bearing on a holdover case. I can only think that her landlord thought of her as a nuisance and would rather rent to students who won't complain because their parents are probably paying for it anyway. Anyway, this family had nowhere else to go, and no one wants to rent to a single mother on disability under such short notice. So all that I could do for her was help her move her things to her friend's place. And while helping her move her things, I heard her 10-year-old son ask her, how could the court let him do this to us, him being their landlord? I can't imagine having to explain such a thing to a child. And good cause won't be enough to help the people who can't afford their rent. And it will be too late for this family. But this law will protect people like them going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Live or work in the city of Binghamton, name and the rules are right there.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Dian McKay. I live in the city of Binghamton. I own a duplex and I've had many tenants and I've had one bad one. Getting rid of the bad one was ridiculous. This is years ago. I am not for the good cause thing. I think every case should be handled individually and I agree with the gentleman that was before me. Code really needs to do something to the property owners who are not taking care of their properties. And once again, they should be fined if they don't meet the city codes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh. Welcome. Come on up. We got more seats down here. If you're planning to speak, come on down.
Hi, my name is Elaine Bonella. I'm one of the rare ones.
Speak a little closer to the mic so we can get you.
Hi, my name is Elaine Bonella. I'm one of the rare ones who pays the rent every month. I paid my rent every month for over 10.5 years.
Nice and close, like real close. Like,
hi, my name is
close.
Elaine. Hi, my name is Elaine Bonella. I'm one of the rare cases that never misses a rent payment ever. For 2 years, I paid my rent directly to my landlord, Joseph Lewis, of $550 a month, and that was an apartment 5. Well, one day he found out my son came back from another state. He said, your son's here now, you could go, and he handed me an eviction notice. Well, he didn't notarize it, but I figured, forget it. I'm going to move because my son isn't welcome there. I'm not welcome there. So I moved out, but I did not owe him rent. Okay, I went and rented off Herschel. He owned a property over at 25 Stuyvesant Street. I never had a problem paying him rent every month, $600. I paid $300, my son paid $300. We are on disability. I'm on disability because I was born with generalized epilepsy, grand mal seizures, okay? That's why I'm on disability. And my son is on it because the medicine I took while carrying him affected his mind, but I had to control the seizures, okay? Now, this landlord I went back to rent to, he said I did not have to have a lease. He didn't need a lease because he knows I'm good about paying my payment. The last payment he would even receive from me was this year, September 17th. He made us wait all the way to the 17th, never came it. And then he didn't come in October to pick it up. So I went to his sister's house at 102 Margaret Eggleston to find out why he didn't. She said, I don't know about giving him a call. I don't know if she ever gave him a call. He never picked up October's rent. He never picked up November's rent. We appeared in court on November 20th. I showed the judge this receipt and the $1,400 in cash. I said, why didn't he just come and pick up the rent? We're still going to move anyways because we know he doesn't want us there, whatever. And the lawyer for him said he wasn't interested in money, just wanted us gone. And the legal aid lawyer said the same thing. He told them he didn't want the money. He just wanted us gone. That's not a strong enough reason to get out of appearing in court. The landlord never appeared in court, and I'm for just cause because the landlord should be forced to come to court. If he's one pressing charges, he should be at least forced to go into court and be cross-examined as his reasons in this. So yes, I'm one of the minorities that does pay the rent on time, never missed paying cash on rent. And that can be proven to Herschel and Jerry. That can also be proven to my son who's in the audience right now, hearing all of this. So I'm trying to rebuild public trust in this community. I was born in Johnson City, New York. My son was born in Johnson City, New York. We are not scumbags and we are not rifters. We always pay our bills. whether it's the electric bill or the heat bill. The only thing I don't like is the way the landlord handled us. He could have just said, Elaine, I want you and your son to move. That's it, giving us a time frame. It wasn't necessary to put this out there and say the deputies have to come out and remove us on Friday. So our last day of stay is on tomorrow, and the deputies can come out and remove us. We have no place to go to because guess what? All the housing is being given to all these exchange students from other countries. That's why there's no housing. And they jacked up the rent to over $1,000 for just a 1-bedroom that's only worth $275, and a 2-bedroom's only worth $450 a month. Now, come on, this is not a big city. You know, if you look online at these houses that they're praising so mightily, that's causing the inflation. They proved where the inflation is coming from. The rent increases. You get the rent too high, that brings up inflation. So the way to get inflation go down, lower the prices. They've proven that. They've jacked up price on everything, even the rent. And it's ridiculous. So now we got an inflation problem on our hands, homeless situation on our hands against our U.S. citizens in favor of people coming over here that are not U.S. citizens? No. So put the blame squarely where it belongs.
You have 1 minute left.
Because without the prices coming down, we're going to keep seeing an inflation problem. The prices have to come down. And yes, I'm right. In this area, you can make revenue just off $450 a month of a 2-bedroom. You don't have to have it as a fancy condom. Eliminate the amenities, just give them a unfurnished apartment, just a few appliances. You know, they can furnish their own, and $450. I'm a disagreement with people not paying their rent or vandalizing the place or causing it to catch on fire. That I'm against. But the decent tenants that come in here and pay the rent, don't cause a problem, are the ones being pushed out, like me and my son. And I have to stick up for this because my son is disabled and I'm disabled. And even if we weren't disabled, people should know enough to pay their bills on time and find fair pricing. And I'm for bringing in housing. We need to build back better. We need to build back 1-bedrooms and 2-bedrooms, and the 1-bedrooms for $275, the 2-bedrooms for $450, because that's a fair price to those in this community that are U.S. citizens. We need to do right by the U.S. citizens because they're the voters. The ones that come over here from another country are not allowed to vote. They're not even allowed to be president or vice president. That goes to U.S. citizens.
Your
So
time is
before you
up.
say things, think
Thanks.
about this. The voters are what counts. The ones born in this country.
Thank you. Next, welcome.
Hey again. So I was planning to come to speak on the good cause eviction, and just reading over the agenda in the packet, there's a lot of budget being moved. I'm Amari. I live in the West Side. Forgot to say, I'm a student at Binghamton University. I also work in the city of Binghamton, and I live here. So I just want to start by trying really quick. There's 2 lines that mention ARPA funds for the Southern North Community Land Trust and DIR development. That's awesome. Where did that come from? That's really great that we got new ARPA money. Last I heard, the comptroller said Binghamton overspent it by $700,000, and now there's ARPA money again. So, obviously many of you have been elected on housing issues. So using ARPA funds finally for housing instead of some of the crazy stuff that it has been used for previously, like veneers of buildings and private businesses instead, is really great to see. The other thing that's really, I didn't even get through the entire packet because there's a lot going on today, but there's also, it seems like we're cutting back youth services and addiction services and one other thing, but then also signing off on tens of thousands of dollars overspent on the golf budget, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty crazy to see. Don't know how that happened. Hopefully there's some accountability for overspending the golf budget. And then now the main thing, good cause eviction. Other towns have done it. New Jersey has done it. We've heard from activists who have supported this for a long time. We've heard from people who see these kinds of cases every day, and we've heard from people affected. The only people who are opposing this are the small minority of Binghamton residents who happen to be wealthy enough to not only support themselves, but to also own property and to use that to continue to support themselves even more. The reason that there's so much state protection of tenants and not of landlords is because that's not an equal relationship. The landlord can or cannot make repairs. They can or cannot, raise rent. They have much more freedom to act how they want. Tenants do not have that freedom, and whatever protections they do have are offered by their elected officials. So yeah, do support this, please.
Thank you. Keep it quiet, keep people moving. Come on up. There's more spots down here if you would like to come and speak. Welcome. State your name and whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton.
My name is Joel Johnson. I'm a property owner, a resident of the city of Binghamton. I'm a landlord with property. And I continue to see the way over the past 10 years that I've been operating, I continue to see help for the tenants and a slashing for the landlord, me, myself. I think we carry a very respectable properties. I take care of my tenants. I take care of the problems. As a property manager for the person I work for, we battle the good tenants and the bad tenants, or not the good tenants. We battle the bad tenants all the time. And I don't see where the landlord gets any relief on stuff. Previous gentleman just said that, you know, we have the more of the freedom. Well, what freedom do we have if the tenant doesn't pay? We have to take them to court. We have to pay for the judge. We pay for the legal aid lawyer. We pay for all the cost, and we're out all the rent. Where's the freedom of that policy? My rents I keep low to try to keep people. But when you bring in more government regulation, every time it hits the landlord, it doesn't affect the bad tenants. The bad tenants are the problem. That doesn't mean there's not bad landlords. I know there are. But they weed themselves out over time. I'm opposed to this because I see it's going to come down to bite me again. That's all I have to say.
You. Next, come on down. Name, whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton. Rules are right there. There's more seats down here if you're planning to speak, so come on down and fill in.
Good evening. TarABD Delm. I live in the city of Binghamton. I support good cause eviction. I also think it's important to understand that we have a failed housing policy across the board, local, state, federal. We've abandoned public housing. We've abandoned those in need. And because we don't fund emergency housing, because we don't fund permanent supportive housing, because we don't fund deeply permanent or deeply affordable housing, we throw some of the most vulnerable people in our community to landlords who then are caught in this awful dynamic. It's a broken system, and we have to make investments across the entire housing continuum. My favorite line in the Pledge of Allegiance is liberty and justice for all. Do you really mean that? Because if you do, then we need to pass a lot more policies and change the allocation of resource to achieve housing justice for all. I'm also here to speak on two of the competing proposals for the last apparently magical appearance of ARPA funds before the December 31st deadline. I am the former director of housing for the city of Binghamton. I helped create the Broome County Land Bank. I am on the Broome County Land Bank as a board member, and I work for a national organization that is the expert on land banks and dealing with vacant abandoned properties all over this country. I wear a lot of hats right now, but I want to share an email that I wrote to my fellow board members the other evening on the Broome County Land Bank. I don't feel comfortable accepting these ARPA funds when there is a competing proposal from Binghamton Council members to understandably direct the funds to the Southern Door Community Land Trust for the rehabilitation of 6 Florence Avenue, a vacant dilapidated property, into 5 or 6 units of deeply and permanently affordable housing, the first of our kind in our area.
The project was sparked by Broome County, which granted the Southern Door Community Land Trust the property and $100,000 in ARPA funds a few years back. I also understand the Community Land Trust has a significant grant in the pipeline for this work, and the ARPA funds would bring them close to their estimated rehab budget. Our mission at the Broome County Land Bank is to support the transformation of vacant properties in support of community and economic development. And in my opinion, we should do that equitably and inclusively. We need partners in this work. Our staff have done a fantastic job cultivating partnerships with our elected officials at the local and county levels, affordable housing groups, and private developers and small businesses. I'm proud of this work, and it demonstrates our commitment to inclusive collaboration. As board members, of course, we must always exercise a strong fiduciary responsibility to our organization, but we must balance that with our mission and our goals. I think that means a genuine commitment to growing and strengthening the broader ecosystem of partners that have a shared mission to transform vacant properties in support of equitable community development, working together, supporting each other, and maybe, just maybe, suggesting some investments would be better spent not with us, but with them. Right now, we all know that nothing is a higher priority than quality, affordable housing. That includes the whole spectrum: emergency housing, permanent supportive housing, deeply affordable rental housing, and first-time affordable home ownership. In order to truly advance our mission, we should be supportive and seen as a trusted partner by all those working to create this continuum of housing needs, particularly through the transformation of vacant properties. We've done that well to date, but I'm sure we can always strive to be better. This last-minute allocation of ARPA funds by Mayor Cram gives us an opportunity to be better. Let's be honest, we have no shortage of funds right now. That's due to the entrepreneurial spirit of our staff. We have a superior track record in securing grant funds. Is more money helpful? Of course. You ask any nonprofit, and they better say yes. But are more ARPA funds, which are extremely flexible and immediately local, needed right now by the land bank at the expense of a local nonprofit that seeks to transform a vacant rental property into 6 permanent affordable housing units that serve those at 50% or lower AMI? To me, the answer is no. It's not even up for debate.
You have a little under a minute left.
Broome County Land Bank has $2 million from the city to produce 10 to 12 homes. We can produce 10 homes. We have land bank initiative funding from the state. There's $50 million that was allocated 2 years ago. There's still more than $30 million sitting there, the state begging land banks to apply. When we sell these homes, we're going to generate an average of $125,000 per home, so it's another $1.25 million. We have more than $3.5 million to meet our ARPA grant obligations of 10 homes. We're good. So I want to be very clear. I respect the work that our team does. We didn't ask for this. This ask didn't originate with us. We were put in a very uncomfortable position because the administration poorly utilized or poorly monitored the utilization of funds, maybe played a little bit of politics, right? And tried to put you all in a vice. So thank you for standing for housing justice and recognizing that a small investment in 6 affordable units that will be permanently available to generations after generation is a more strategic investment than 1 or 2 homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down. Next, welcome. Name, whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton, and the rules are right there. And if there's more people, file down.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Hajra Aziz. I work in the city of Binghamton and serve as the Executive Director of the Southern Door Community Land Trust. For those who may not be aware, last week, the city of Binghamton discovered $386,749 in ARPA funding that can be used for affordable housing. However, instead of notifying the council or considering all potential beneficiaries, city officials immediately contacted the Broome County Land Bank and offered the funding. Following this, the Land Bank submitted a request for legislation, and the Southern Door Community Land Trust was later supported by Councilman Hotchkiss to propose legislation for the same funding. This situation has now placed our organization in direct competition with the Broome County Land Bank as a well-established entity. While the Land Bank has undoubtedly done good work, the reality is that many of their properties remain inaccessible to the very people who need affordable housing the most. For instance, 34 Andrews, listed at 139,000, and 52 Beethoven, listed at 169,000, have been on the market for 77 and 48 days, respectively. According to the land bank's policies, properties are typically listed for 2 weeks, with the best offer selected, yet it's evident that no reasonable offers have been made. So let's be honest, how many of our neighbors sleeping in shelters or working in low-income jobs can qualify for a loan of this size? How many working class individuals in this room could afford these properties? And the answer, unfortunately, is very few. But I believe that's a conversation for another day. Earlier this year, I stood before this council and requested funding for 6 Florence Street, only to be told that the mayor's office, by the mayor's office, that all ARPA funds had been spent. Yet on Monday, Deputy Mayor Megan Hyman revealed on the record that a project fell through earlier this year, leaving $386,749 in funding unallocated until last week. Question, how does nearly $400,000 slip through the cracks? Do you understand the transformative work that could be achieved with this funding? Do you recognize how much additional grant funding we could unlock if the city partnered with us to support our project? Despite the limited advice and lack of support from the mayor's office, I am proud to share that we have secured the following funding for our mission of developing deeply affordable housing in Broome County, including education and empowerment programs. A short list: Attorney General's Office, seed funding $100,000. Economic Development Agency, Build Back Better Regional Challenge, multi-year grant of $300,000. Broome County ARPA, $100,000. Broome County Housing Trust Fund, $100,000. Community Foundation, South Central New York Racial Justice Equity Fund, $20,000. Community Foundation, multi-year support, $25,000 a year for 5 years. Community Foundation Small Grant, $5,000. Enterprise Community Partners, $25,000. United Way, $15,000. Nikon, $5,000. Mothers and Babies, $3,000. And Energy Democracy, $25,000. So in addition to these amazing grants, we are also proud to share that the Southern Door Community Land Trust was nominated by Senator Leah Webb for $500,000 in Senate discretionary capital funding. We are working through the process with DASNY to finalize the funding. This demonstrates that even without substantial local support, we are capable, determined, and committed to addressing the affordable housing crisis. Deputy Mayor Hyman also cited several reasons why the mayor's office chose not to support the Southern Door Community Land Trust. 1, being concerns about the feasibility of the project. 2, claims that the project did not pencil.
1 minute left.
3, assertions that the city directed us to other funding sources, though as a new organization, securing additional funding without initial city support is nearly impossible. And then lastly, a statement that the city cannot write a contract by December 31st deadline. As the executive director of this organization, I have to ask, why is the Southern Door Community Land Trust the only organization consistently denied funding? What about our mission to create housing for the most marginalized individuals disqualifies us? Why are we forced to beg for the opportunity to help our community and their most vulnerable families? City Council, I'm asking you with all my heart to take a stand today, set a precedent that shows the city of Binghamton and our community that you will support new organizations like ours dedicated to addressing critical housing needs in our community. The housing needs that we will address do not fall within the scope of the general understanding of what affordable housing means. Investment in this project would allow the Southern Door to develop housing units that will serve residents that fall within the area's lowest income brackets. Let this be the moment that you vote yes and demonstrate that this council is committed to serving everyone in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up next. And if you're here and you're still planning to speak, please fill in these seats. Welcome. Name and whether you live or work in the city of Binghamton.
My name is Levi Adams. I'm a 7th grader at West Middle School. I live and go to school in the city of Binghamton. I'm here today to share my support for the request of legislation for the Southern Door Community Land Trust and their affordable housing initiative. My sister Dominique Rice has been helping the Community Land Trust develop housing for people in need. She always tells me about the conditions of the homes that our friends and neighbors live in, and she reminds me how blessed we are to have a safe home and food. I live in a house with my family, but I have classmates who live in hotels or unsafe environments. Some even have to sleep in shelters. This makes me really sad because I believe all kids deserve a safe home. It's getting very cold outside, and there are homeless people, homeless neighbors who have nowhere to go. I wish I could do something to help right now, but I'm just a kid. When I grow up, I'm gonna go to BOCES and become a plumber and do HVAC so I can help people. When I grow up, I'm gonna help my sister and organizations like the Southern Door Community Land Trust build more affordable housing. When I grow up and I'm old enough to vote, I'm gonna vote for leaders who make affordable housing a priority. But since I'm still just a kid, all I can do is stand here today and ask you to do the right thing. Please vote yes for the resolution supporting the Southern Door Community Land Trust. Thank you for listening.
Next, if there's anyone else that's planning to speak, please fill in and please keep things moving. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Dominique Rice. I live and work and volunteer in the City of Binghamton, and I am the developer contracted to support the Southern Door Community Land Trust. I relocated to Binghamton nearly 2.5 years ago to serve this community and to develop affordable housing. I listened when local officials made statements like, "We want affordable housing," but there's no one that wants to do these projects. However, I've yet to feel that support, and this is unfortunate, not just for me, but those who are in dire need of housing. Despite my track record of success in real estate, being a certified BIPOC real estate developer, and currently pursuing my master's degree in business administration with a focus in real estate from Florida International University, I am left questioning what else must I do to be considered qualified for city funding? How do my colleagues with less experience, less education, have access to all the capitals to fund the projects, but we never get the opportunity? Right now, we are fighting to access $386,749 for the Southern Door Community Land Trust, a project that directly addresses the urgent need for long-term affordable housing in our community. In the same meetings where city officials offered recommendations for other funding sources, I was told there was no ARPA funding for affordable housing. Yet this funding has been sitting misplaced in an account unused. It's deeply frustrating to see critical resources go untapped while the need in our community continuously grows. This isn't just about numbers. It's about doing what's right for the people who rely on us and to lead with integrity and purpose. Furthermore, it's also important to recognize that the city was well aware that the project that was the original recipient of this funding did not pencil out earlier this year. In fact, it failed to pencil out more than once. Despite this organization was given ample opportunities to try again for this funding. This raises serious concerns about fairness and consistency and how opportunities and resources are distributed amongst our community. If one organization is afforded repeated chances to pursue a project that clearly struggles to meet feasibility standards, shouldn't that same flexibility and support be extended to others, especially those with impactful goals? It's time to ensure that all organizations, especially those serving the most vulnerable communities, are treated equitably. One thing I'm certain of is if entrusted with local funding, I will help ensure that the Southern Door Community Land Trust uses these resources to serve our neighbors who need us the most. Recently, I've heard that concerns about the feasibility of the projects on 6th Florence Street, and today I'm happy to announce a few updates that we have. We currently have the support of Lawrence Hammond, Vice President of the Community Preservation Corporation. We have the support of Tina Barber from the Community Foundation. As you've recently heard, we have the support of New York State Senator Leah Webb. And on November 15th, I was proudly able to present this project in New York City, and we successfully matched with funders MMT Bank, LISC New York, Community Preservation Corporation, CEI Bolus for lending terms to help complete this project. These endorsements and partnerships demonstrate the credibility of the work that we've done thus far at 6th Florence Street. Hearing that the Southern Door Community Land Trust cannot access funding because the city supposedly lacks the capacity to draft a contract is both disheartening and unacceptable. It reflects poorly on all of us in leadership roles. Prioritizing holiday celebrations, PTO, vacations over taking the time to fund a project that directly serves our residents sends a clear and troubling message that we value our personal enjoyments more than fulfilling our responsibilities to the community. This is not just a missed opportunity, it's a failure of leadership and a betrayal of the trust placed upon us. Frankly, it makes me sick to my stomach to think that our actions, or lack of, could deny people the support they so desperately need. With as many tools, templates, and resources we have, there is no way we should not be able to execute a contract within 2 weeks, even with a holiday.
You have 1 minute left.
We have neighbors who are dying on the streets due to homelessness. So the least we can do is come together to make a simple contract. And if we aren't capable of doing that, shame on all of us. Today, I urge City Council to stand with us. Let's push boundaries, prove skeptics wrong, and fulfill our collective responsibilities to this community. All of our neighbors are counting on us. If we don't stand for something, we'll fall for anything. I urge you to vote yes. Stand with us. Stand with the Southern Door Community Land Trust. Stand with our real housing advocates who work so hard every single day to serve this community. And most importantly, stand with our neighbors. Vote yes.
Thank you. Do we have more speakers? If we have more speakers, please come down and fill in these seats. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nadia Luby. I am a resident of Binghamton and I've lived here for 4 years. 3 of those years were spent living in an apartment on the south side, and I had to move earlier this year because of a retaliatory rent increase. Despite being paid up and actually paid forward in my rent, my then landlord was upset that he was not able to increase the rent, and due to ERAP, which he collected extra funds for, funds that he was not actually entitled to. This was after a very long campaign of harassment, and essentially he was upset that he could not raise the rent. So I'm in support of good cause because renters in this city deserve better. We need more protections. And I think that's really all I have to say. Please, consider. Yeah.
All right, is there anyone else here for public comment? If not, the clerk can start reading in the emails that were submitted, which there are many.
This is going to take a minute.
Excuse me.
From Crystal Collins, 151 Chapin Street, Binghamton, New York. Dear Binghamton City Council, I'm writing as a resident of Binghamton to express my support for passage of good cause eviction protections in the city of Binghamton. As a renter, I speak from experience when I say this legislation is a necessary step. When I first came to Binghamton, I struggled to find housing that I could afford on my limited stipend I received from working as a graduate teaching assistant. In my previous apartment, I was paying $9.25 for a 1-bedroom with a broken radiator and cracks in the walls, but at least it was safe. For context, this is about 50% of what I make monthly, leaving little room to pay other bills and save money for the future. Then after my partner moved in, we needed to find a place that could fit the both of us. The 2-bedroom unit above me increased from $1,000 to $1,400 a month when the new landlord bought the property, so we were forced to find a new place we could afford. The apartment we ended up moving to is only affordable with both of our incomes, and we found out that ever since it was sold to a new landlord from New York City, we were paying far more than the previous tenants had for the same apartment. Even now, the other tenants in the house who have lived there in peace for years, paying a more affordable price, are being threatened to pay almost double the rent or find a new place to live once their lease is up. We are worried that when our lease is up, our rent will increase further and there will be nothing to stop it from happening. While tenants have rights under New York state law, good cause will expand those protections in a meaningful way. Guaranteed lease renewals, limits on rent increases, and increased protections from unjust evictions only stand to strengthen this community. This will help residents like myself establish roots in my neighborhood and offer a chance in housing stability. I ask you to consider how many of your constituents are tenants faced by a challenging rental climate you yourself have likely not experienced in recent years. Please join our neighboring communities in Albany, Ithaca, Kingston, Beacon, Poughkeepsie, and Newburgh in passing good cause. In doing so, you will stand as a leader working to solve the housing crisis from multiple angles. We are worried for our future and the future of our hardworking neighbors in this community. I urge you to vote yes on this legislation. From Scott Warren, President-elect of the New York State Commercial Association of Realtors, Southern Tier Chapter. I am the president-elect of the Southern Tier Chapter of the New York State Commercial Association of Realtors. I wanted to express some concerns regarding the good cause eviction legislation and the impact that it could have on local development and affordable housing. There are a number of issues with the legislation. One, it takes away property owners' rights to use their property in the manner they want. A few examples: if a buyer wishes to purchase a property using FHA financing, which requires the buyer to live in one of the units for a building with 4 or less units, the owner would not be able to evict under this new law, making purchasing a property of 4 or less units more difficult, as many of them would not qualify for FHA financing. This scenario is very common. Another scenario is a buyer willing to buy a property but wants it delivered vacant. The buyer could want to do major renovations or screen their own tenants. An owner would not be able to accept this type of purchase offer. An owner needs to vacate a building because of a major maintenance issue. Not as common, but it does happen. The owner would not be able to do this with the new legislation. 2, limiting rent increases to 5% plus the rate of inflation with a maximum increase of 10%. There are a number of issues with this. All investment properties are valued using a pro forma, which is a calculation subtracting the annual operating expenses from the gross rents. Operating expenses do not uniformly increase at the same rate as the rate of inflation and are certainly not capped at a 10% maximum increase. Recent examples would be the increase in construction and maintenance costs through COVID. Costs almost doubled, and there's been years with dramatic increases in utility costs. If owners are limited to increasing rents according to this formula and the increases do not keep pace with increases in operating costs, it will result in a devaluation of a significant number of properties. It will reduce the tax base as assessed values will go down. It can also lead to a significant number of foreclosures. If you cap rent increases and do not cap direct operating expenses, it will affect an owner's ability to pay their mortgage, as well as affect the owner's ability to afford upkeep and property improvements. In the Binghamton market, the properties are normally operated on a thin margin. The average value of the buildings in the Binghamton market for 3-star buildings is below $400,000. If net operating income for a building is $40,000 per year, 10% cap rate, a reduction in net operating income of just $4,000 annually represents a $40,000 loss in building value and directly impacts the owner's ability to pay all of the operating expenses, including but not limited to mortgage and taxes. Over a number of years, this will have a direct impact on the owner's ability to pay critical expenses in operating the buildings and their ability to provide the tenants with nice places to live. Overall, this will affect investors bringing money into the area who want to renovate housing and provide tenants with a quality home. They won't want to do it. This will negatively impact affordable housing in the area. My agency has programs which identify property owners who are looking to sell. When Ithaca passed this legislation, the number of properties looking to sell in Ithaca had a 70% uptick in activity. The basic law of supply and demand will tell you that properties' values will be diminished and the tax base for the city deteriorated if this is passed. The immediately surrounding areas who do not pass this legislation will gain a significant advantage in development and housing. Besides the appropriateness, we also question the legality of this legislation and that the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution states the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. We believe that this legislation illegally takes away property owners' rights without just compensation. While it is true that Binghamton fair market rents increased 18% last year, it is also true that this increase lagged behind the rest of the market for decades. According to Zoomper, which is an analytical service as of December 2024, the median rent for all bedroom counts and property types in Binghamton is $1,250. This is about 7% lower than the national average. Developers of affordable housing look at these statistics when determining where they should develop. We urge that you take these items into consideration when voting on this legislation. Thank you. From Stephanie Wright at 151 Chapin Street, Binghamton, New York. Dear Binghamton City Council, I'm writing as a resident of Binghamton to express my support for passage of good cause eviction protections in the city of Binghamton. As a renter, I speak from experience when I say this legislation is a necessary step. In Binghamton, I have struggled to find safe, reasonably priced housing, and the problem is only getting more extreme. I have been a resident of Binghamton since I graduated from Binghamton University in 2019. I moved into my current apartment in 2020, which initially seemed like a renter's dream, a local attentive landlord who intentionally kept my rent cheap. However, earlier this year, my landlord abruptly sold all of his properties in Binghamton to seek opportunity elsewhere. What had previously seemed like an enclave that isolated me from the housing crisis plaguing my community suddenly became my reality. My building was sold to an out-of-towner who very obviously sees her new acquisitions as moneymakers rather than my home, where I have built a community for the better part of a decade. I was told by my new landlord that what I pay in rent is robbery and unacceptable, despite my rent rate being in line with my salary renewal of my lease, my salary, and what has allowed me to contribute to my community and the local economy over the years. Upon renewal of my lease this year, my new landlord increased my rent by almost 20%. What was once a beautiful and meticulously maintained Victorian building owned by a local landlord has declined under the ownership of an out-of-towner who pockets my rent without concern for the state or of the lawn or the building. Particularly when my lease was up for its initial renewal, I have been scared to speak up about ordinary maintenance issues, fearing for an even higher increase of my rent that could force me to leave the city. While tenants have rights under New York state law, good cause will expand those protections in a meaningful way. Guaranteed lease renewals, limits on rent increases, and increased protections from unjust evictions only stand to strengthen this community. This will help residents like myself establish roots in my neighborhood and offer a chance in housing stability. I ask you to consider how many of your constituents are tenants faced by a challenging rental climate you yourself have likely not experienced in recent years. Please join our neighboring communities in Albany, Ithaca, Kingston, Beacon, Poughkeepsie, and Newburgh in passing good cause. In doing so, you will stand as a leader working to solve the housing crisis from multiple angles. I urge you to vote yes on this legislation. To whom it may concern. My name is Michael Carderinis, and I am a local Broome County landlord who owns 3 properties, 2 within the city of Binghamton and 1 in the village of Johnson City. I currently have reputable long-term tenants where rents have been increased less than 10% per year over the course of nearly a decade. This leaves my rents below market value, and both of my properties are built prior to 2009. I do not see any benefit of this law for me nor my current tenants, as I am a responsible local landlord that supports making our community better. However, I feel I am being targeted due to the irresponsible behavior of a few. The term luxury level needs to be defined. Further, I believe that they too should be held accountable for their rents, which 345% over fair market value, WSKG, Volo Taylor, Phoebe 121324. My fear is you will drive local responsible landlords out of the area and leave behind only the wealthy who will buy up, wait for the units to be vacant, and then relist them as luxury level after a modest renovation. You'll monopolize the market by putting this law in effect. I am unable to make the meeting on 12/18/24 due to also being employed and respectfully request my letter to be read. From Misty M. Kirby, Dear City Council, I live, work, and volunteer in our city. I'm disappointed that the council has delayed yet another important vote, this time for the good cause eviction law, which protects renters from predatory landlords. I'm done with politicians like the mayor ignoring the working class and burying his head in the sand as the middle class disappears altogether. He is still worried about landlords, how out of touch with the ethical reality of ensuring that we as a community, those of us who live here, have what we need. Please do not allow this to be another RFL that disappears. This is not New York style anything, New York City style anything. Don't fall for the mayor and his lackeys fear-mongering. It's all they have. Support the people of Binghamton and allow them dignity. If one is wealthy enough to purchase a rental property, surely they can pick themselves up by their bootstraps since they do have them and work it out. It's what the rest of us do. Hi, my name is Daniel Gale, and I'm writing in regard to the good cause eviction bill recently covered in the press. I live in an owner-occupied multifamily unit on the south side of Binghamton in District 5. It has been brought to my attention that the good cause eviction laws are being considered for implementation within the city of Binghamton. There are several aspects of these laws that are concerning to me, including but not limited to 5 to 10% cap on annual rent increases, limiting the scope of what landlords can evict a tenant for. The short notice of this is concerning, and I don't feel like I've had sufficient time to understand the impact of this legislation on my family and I would urge the council to delay voting on this legislation until more feedback can be gathered from impacted property owners like myself. From Barry Transu of Binghamton, New York, Councilman Hotchkiss, as a constituent within your district, residing in a building overrun with vermin, drug activity, poor leadership, and most seriously, an increase in my rent by $115, I ask for you to continue to support the good cause eviction legislation you have sponsored and voted into law. The Binghamton Housing Authority, 45 Exchange Street, holds many secrets within its doors. Many are unbearable tenant housing issues that BHA refuses to address. Harassment seems the response from the BHA building manager to those tenants that complain. This is the short list, by no means complete. Bed bugs, roaches, sex for drugs, drug sales, mail theft, noise congestion, tenant assaults, to name a few. While many of the specifics I mention are crimes, police are rarely called. When they are summoned, a cursory visit is made and BPD quickly exits the premises. BPD and the BHA are simply not doing their jobs. The BHA eviction procedure seems to include 3-day and 30-day evictions and seems fixated on those submitting work orders or complaining about other tenants' egregious behavior. As a senior and as a disabled veteran, I do not feel safe living here, and I'm trying to find my best to find alternative housing. The good cause eviction legislation, if passed, will offer tenants at BHA and throughout the city of Binghamton an option we/they do not have at present. The ability to submit a complaint, albeit a rent increase, which are yearly now for me, or maintenance work orders, behavior issues raised by employees, and criminal issues on BHA grounds. That ability to actually exercise our tenants' rights and expect a resolution would be ours to utilize. Pass the good cause eviction legislation and let's get it signed into law. I'd ask that my statement be read aloud into the next Binghamton City Council minutes. To whom it may concern. My name is Cody Reed, and I am a resident in Binghamton's 1st District and a rental housing owner of 6 units across the 1st, 2nd, and 6th districts in the Binghamton area. After hearing of the proposed good cause eviction proposal, I want to voice my concerns. My concern is centered around the proposal is the lack of history we have to support that this would be beneficial to our small community. This law was signed into effect only 8 months ago and has been implemented in only 4 municipalities. I do not believe it is in our best interest to opt into this law without a better understanding of its effects over time. Our community has a strong and growing base of local small market investors like myself who are looking to better the community. This law caters to large-scale investors who have the capital to afford a lengthy eviction process. I believe we all know of a few large-scale non-local investors that have caused the degradation of several properties across our city. Additionally, this law will have an adverse effect on the current rental market. By introducing this law, property owners will have to perform more thorough background checks and increase barriers of entry, such as requiring higher credit scores, increased upfront deposits, and stricter lease agreements to protect themselves against a lengthy eviction process. This would only cause an increase in rental rates, intensifying the need for affordable housing in the area. The short notice of this legislation and unknown impacts are very concerning. I urge our council to delay the vote on this proposal to allow all local investors time to better understand the impacts and voice their concerns. Thank you. From Dominique Rice, Binghamton, New York. Dear members of the City Council, I'm writing
She spoke, I think.
I don't know if it's exactly the same. Dominique, would you like me to still read into the record?
Did she have her full 5 minutes? That was the. It's short. Dear members of the Binghamton City Council, I'm writing to express my unequivocal support for the implementation of good cause evictions in our community. As a resident of Binghamton, I firmly believe this policy is critical to protecting the most vulnerable members of our community from unjust displacement and housing insecurity. I've discussed this matter with my council member Matavetsky, and while I understand the potential financial impacts this policy may have on landlords and developers, my primary concern lies in upholding human rights and doing what is morally right. If a rental property cannot remain profitable without exploiting the most vulnerable members of our community, then we need to reconsider the systems that prioritize profit over people. Housing is a fundamental right, and policies like good cause evictions ensure fairness and stability for renters while holding landlords accountable to ethical standards. From Darlene Donald of Endicott, New York. To whom it may concern, I am a local attorney specializing in landlord-tenant law, a landlord, a property manager, a property owner, and was a tenant for over 25 years. I do a lot of work in the City of Binghamton Housing Court. This position I'm in gives me a rare insight into the housing issues in this community. I'm respectfully requesting this vote be postponed until further research can be done to determine if this law is beneficial or detrimental to our community. I want what's best for this community. I believe opting in will do more harm than good. I've experienced firsthand the hardship that occurs when a small landlord can't terminate a tenancy and is stuck with a bad tenant. A few years ago, my father purchased an unsafe and rundown duplex so we could
fix it up and run it together. What should have been a great father-daughter experience was a nightmare. I'm embarrassed to admit what I went through, but you must understand what landlords go through with bad tenants. I had years of emotional distress that caused physical and mental health issues due to bad tenants and my inability to get rid of them, all because I could not terminate their tenancy. We unfortunately inherited bad tenants. During COVID, our stress and worry increased as the tenants' actions and bad behavior intensified, all because they could not be evicted. There was no consequence to stop their bad behavior. Our tenants trashed their remodeled apartments, stored mounds of trash and dog poop in their backyards. It attracted roaches and mice and killed all the grass. They both stopped paying rent and would not apply for government assistance, stopped communicating, changed the locks, and were extremely rude and threatening. Please be aware it takes months for an eviction proceeding to resolve. Some last for years. Landlords with bad tenants are overwhelmed with stress and struggle both emotionally and financially. In my case, we were successful in obtaining warrants after finally being able to terminate the tenancies. We had years of torment, spent over a year in court, and with unpaid rent and required repairs and remodeling costs, we lost over $60,000. Besides potentially being stuck with a bad tenant, I have set forth information and knowledge obtained through experience, research on other areas that have opted in, and speaking with attorneys, landlords, and tenants over the years. Reasons not to adopt the good cause law. 1, the law is a very complex statute, and what constitutes good cause is not clearly defined. The statute may easily be overturned by a higher court as being ambiguous. Attorneys and judges are having a hard time understanding the complexities, so most landlords will not understand what to do. This will create a lot of issues. Having to prove good cause will create lengthier court proceedings, adding to the already backlogged calendar. Each judge will have to determine what good cause is, creating different interpretations throughout the courts. Property owners will have to hire attorneys, and those who can't afford one will have cases dismissed and be stuck with bad tenants while trying to figure out the law. This law will infringe upon the rights of all parties. Landlord-tenant law requires statutes be strictly adhered to. The statute is too unclear to be strictly adhered to. Plus, please note, Binghamton Housing Court already can't schedule cases within the timeframe set forth in the law. It's my understanding there's only one judge for the whole city of Binghamton handling eviction cases right now. The court system is already backlogged and needs more judges. 2, what's good for one city doesn't mean it's good for another. A lot of research was done before passing this law, and instead of applying it statewide, it only applies to New York City. Why? The research showed it may benefit New York City. The opt-in clause allows for each municipality to do the research and then with the appropriate knowledge determine if it will be beneficial to opt in. If the research hasn't been done, this board needs to postpone the vote until it is. This is a heavily disputed law on both sides. As of November 2024, only 9 municipalities have opted in, and there have been numerous issues. We will have the same problems here. It will not go well, and we should not be drawing attention to our already dysfunctional justice system. Does this area need the good cause law? Why? What does the research show? Is it feasible? Can our already lacking and struggling judicial system handle more burdens at this time? Is it more beneficial or harmful? Will it even help tenants in the community? It may look good on paper, but it won't be in practice. 3, opting in will hurt small local businesses and small landlords and decrease property values. Since COVID, members of our community have felt pressured to sell their rental properties. We have seen a lot of these properties purchased by people in New York City, out of state, and/or large rental corporations. This has led to more rundown properties with code issues and a decrease in the value of real estate. This trend will only increase if GCL is adopted. This law will put some small businesses and small landlords out of business. The expenses and added stress of becoming stuck with a bad tenant will drive people to sell. Small businesses and landlords have a more personal connection between the tenant and the landlord. Without that, it leads to loss of communication, higher rents, property damage, disrespect arguments, less repairs being made, less rents being paid, more properties uncared for, and a lot of other problems. Keep in mind, most landlords already feel they are being stripped of their rights in this community. The code department is already severely overwhelmed and property values are already decreasing. 4, this law will create more slumlords, create more rundown and hazardous apartment units, and more neighborhoods will become unsafe. Binghamton has a large number of hazardous, condemned, and disgusting bug and rodent-infested apartments with tenants who won't move unless evicted. You may not be aware, but people will live in horrible housing situations, even with children, and will not leave. There are issues that cannot be resolved with residents in the building. Plus, there are property owners who can't afford to make improvements and must sell to someone who can make the property habitable. If a landlord can't evict to fix the property, which is not an exception to the GCL, it will be slumlords buying the already rundown properties. This is especially true if property owners can't raise the rent to offset the cost of repairs, their loans, and their mortgages. 5, GCL is meant to help reduce the number of homeless in New York City. New York City has wealthy investors buying up real estate and kicking out droves of low-income renters, leaving them homeless on the street to create housing that will bring in higher rents. This does not happen in Binghamton. 6, the GCL negatively affects student housing in college communities like ours. Since Ithaca has adopted the GCL, they have a large increase in students not vacating their units at the end of their leases. Under the GCL, they don't have to. If students don't have to vacate, we will have non-students in student housing, incoming students without housing, because the last student student didn't move out and less available student housing. As we are a college town, this is extremely relevant and a large problem that needs to be considered. 7, the work together courtroom dynamics will change and become very adversarial. Binghamton City Housing Court judges promote a less adversarial approach to evictions. They have attorneys and tenants working together to resolve the cases instead of just issuing warrants. It's more mediation and compromise than trials and hearings. If GCL is adopted, attorneys and housing courts will become adversarial. We are litigators. If we have to fight to prove good cause, there will be less negotiating and it will create animosity on both sides. 8, rents will increase, causing more homelessness. Landlords figure in legal expenses when determining the amount of rent. In GCL cases, it may cost a property owner thousands to evict. More information is required. Research will need to be done. Witnesses spoken to, motions made, and court time will increase because there will always be arguing over whether there is good cause. This is going to create a lot more hearings and trials. 9, there is a high likelihood the city will be sued. Property owners will file legal challenges against the city if they opt in. This has been done in almost every municipality that has opted in. Courts have already heard some of these challenges and there have been mixed results. Response to the GCL whereas clauses. 1, no evidence has been shown that supports this clause. The GCL states low-income renters in Binghamton are frequently being evicted for no reason. I've handled at least 1,000 eviction cases, and this is not even close to being true. The majority of landlords will not evict a decent-paying tenant without a good reason. Why would they? The majority of us will always keep a good tenant at a lower rate to avoid bringing in a bad tenant for more money. In fact, most landlords work with their tenants who can't pay rent for months to avoid an eviction. 2, the law states non-renewal of the lease serves as an implied threat against tenants who may be afraid to seek improvements or request repairs or maintenance, leading to an imbalance of power. I agree, but the opposite is more likely the case. There are a lot of tenants who do not seek repairs or maintenance because they don't care, don't want people in their home, are afraid because they have caused damage or are breaking the lease, are lazy or too busy, have a pet they are not allowed, are smoking in non-smoking apartments, etc. You would be shocked at the large number of tenants who do not take care of their property. This clause says implied threat. I say it's a warning. There are consequences to bad behavior. The right to terminate a tenancy protects the property and other tenants and neighbors' health, safety, and well-being. Bad tenants will not listen to reason and don't care about other tenants. Police will rarely get involved because it's a civil issue. In fact, landlords are constantly violated by code for things caused by tenants, and a lot of bad tenants know how to work the system to a property owner's financial detriment and sanity. 3, Binghamton already has strict laws protecting tenants and great resources to assist people in bad situations. There are more financial assistance programs and grants than in the past. Plus, judges have discretion to postpone evictions, especially if it will displace children and affect their education negatively. What would help the tenants in the city if these programs, their contact info, and what they could provide was easily available in one spot for tenants, lawyers, and landlords to access? 4, this is completely untrue and negatively impacts numerous rights of property owners. To evict for illegal activity, the property owner has to use witnesses to prove people are selling drugs, making drugs, running a whorehouse, or they are constantly threatening and harassing other tenants. Do you have any idea how hard that is when eyewitnesses and victims live right next door to them? After the warrant is issued, a tenant gets at least 2 weeks to pack and move. Is it too much to ask of someone to step up in such a scary situation? Most low-income tenants will not sign leases. Nuisance evictions require severe damage, continuous horrible behavior over a period of time, and must seriously impact the health, safety, or well-being of other tenants or neighbors who are also the witnesses needed to prove the case. 5, the original GCL says a small landlord owns 10 units. 1 unit is completely unreasonable and unfair. This will hurt your constituents who own a property or two to help the community, keep a property in the family, or who are trying to gain equity for the future. The GCL, as stated in the paperwork and submitted to this council, makes it sound like a great thing for the community, but that is not the reality. Expedition of the vote was not requested in the paperwork. Please stop the vote and wait until you have the right information to move forward.
I'm going to start timing these because I think that might have been more than 5 minutes.
You're welcome to stop me. I can't.
The timing at the beginning, so I didn't.
Apologies, I have a hard time doing both. Thank you for the offer. From Dennis Kaufman and Willa Payne from the Legal Services of Central New York. To whom it may concern, for 58 years, Legal Services of Central New York has helped more than 250,000 people with civil legal matters in 13 counties, including Broome County. More than 1/2 of the cases we handle implicate housing. Most of our housing cases involve eviction defense. Based on our experience and expertise, the Legal Services of Central New York supports the enactment of Binghamton's local law adopting good cause eviction protections for tenants. Forced and rapid removal from housing has significant negative consequences for residents, in particular children. Studies have shown that disrupting housing stability negatively impairs physical and mental health, access to and maintaining employment, access to critical municipal services, access to and continuation of educational opportunities, and access to necessary social and economic services that help a family thrive. Studies demonstrate that harms caused by eviction fall disproportionately on African American families. From our experience, a family forced to move hurriedly has a very difficult time finding new, safe, affordable, and healthy housing. Eviction is a leading cause of homelessness, which puts further strain on families and increases costs for local governments. The U.S. Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals, New York's highest court, have long recognized that termination of a person's interest in property must be accomplished in conformity with both the U.S. and New York Constitution's right to due process of law. As courts have held in the New York State Legislature, as recognized, tenants have a leasehold interest in property that cannot be terminated unless ordered by a court. In 2024, New York State's law and public policy recognize that a tenant's leasehold interest in rental property cannot be terminated without good cause. The new statute, Article 6A of the Real Property Law, created a requirement that a landlord must have good cause to evict a tenant or refuse to renew a lease. Article 6A creates key exemptions from the good cause requirement. Recognizing differences in local housing markets, the law allows cities, towns, and villages to enact the provisions of Article 6A with some modification. We believe the proposed local law in Binghamton not only embodies New York's public policy, but incorporates necessary tenant protections to close the LLC loophole and exempt properties costing well more than fair market rent. We believe that making landlords have specific reasons to force tenants from their homes will result in fewer evictions filed and in turn fewer warrants issued. This will help stabilize the housing for low-income clients in Binghamton. For these reasons, LSC New York supports enactment of Binghamton's proposed local law adopting good cause eviction protections for tenants. From Jeff Estes, to whom it may concern, at the suggestion of City Council Member Nate Hotchkiss, I'm forwarding a copy of an email I sent to him and other city council members regarding his proposed legislation, New York's good cause eviction law. Dear Councilman Hotchkiss, I'm writing to thank you for introducing legislation to opt in for New York's good cause eviction law. I'm 72 years old and have lived in my current apartment on Binghamton's west side since December of 2003. In September of this year, the 3-story building where I live was sold to a gentleman who owns other property in this area who lives in Oregon. At the time of the sale, I was paying $850 a month for my apartment. After closing the sale, the new owner contacted me and asked that I sign a short-term lease, 3 months at the current price, and the rent would then increase to $1350 a month. On January 1st, 2025, I was aware that state law required 90 days notice to raise the rent above a certain percentage. I proposed that if he would accept $1050 per month, I would waive the 90 days notice provision and commence paying the new rate October 1st. He agreed, but would only sign a lease through May 31st, 2025, at which time he would raise the rent to $1350 a month. I am aware of 2 other friends who are in similar situations, long-term residents of their respective apartments who are facing similar increases. I am not against landlords who are trying to turn a profit, but an increase of 28+% seems particularly egregious, especially considering the annual inflation rate is currently less than 3%. Such huge rent increases by those who do not live in this area will cause severe financial hardships to those of us who have lived, worked, and paid taxes in this community for many years. I urge you and the other council members to do whatever you can to expedite this legislation. I and many others in this wonderful city greatly appreciate your time and attention to this important matter. From Michelle Young to the members of the Binghamton City Council, I am a Binghamton resident and native Binghamtonian. When the City Council rezoned District 3 a couple of years ago, I confess I rolled my eyes and worried about what would come next. A few buildings went up for sale and my street was among those that now allowed student housing. For the most part, I've had no problem with student housing, save for excessive noise on St. Patrick's Day, Christmas, and breaks before summer and the subsequent return of students with the new semesters. The noise this year has been much better, a refreshing reprieve from previous years. I've lived on this street for the last 7 years and have enjoyed feeding the homeless cats, birds, squirrels, and even the infrequent raccoons, opossums, and more infrequently, the rabbits and occasional woodchuck. Nature has offered a wondrous niche for me to treasure these creatures in the midst of my mobility issues. Such daily treats nature has been providing. It's raised my spirits, made me feel connected, needed, and wanted, and has given me endless delights. In contrast, the rising rents are troubling. 2 years ago, a new landlord tried to coerce another senior and myself to pay a rent increase that would have clearly been out of my range. My neighbor, however, is a HUD recipient and safe For those like me, we have no access to HUD, which stopped accepting applications early in 2024, and apparently won't be available in Binghamton again for at least another 2 years. My income clearly falls within their guidelines and irrelevance with their applications closed now. I've lived in my apartment for 7 years. While the rent hasn't gone up in these years, as of this year, my rent was about 57% of my income from Social Security and SSI. In 2025, the rent is expected to be as much as 80% of my income. As rents continue to go up in the midst of student housing, I wonder whether those of us seniors are expected to make decisions between housing and food or electricity or even a telephone. I also question whether these increases and the next sequence in such housing dilemmas will be an aberration of Shirley Jackson's chilling short story, The Lottery. Not all of us are ready or willing to go into nursing homes to be shut away from the eyes of those not emotionally accepting that they too will be in our shoes one day. I'm sure I'm not alone in wanting to live independently in the community and wanting to live among people of all ages and not just among those who are in a particular age group. My mother, one of the founders of Temple Concord and a concert pianist, lived her life among people of all ages too. For the most part, I've been happy where I've been living for the last 7 years. I had thought I'd have to move and was prepared if I had to because it would be close to one of my children. Last week, I learned I wasn't eligible to live there because my income needed to be 50% higher since another local agency in town had lost federal funding. So please tell me then, where do those of us seniors in my boat go with those rents soaring? While I recognize that students need housing too, it begs the question, do seniors just get pushed aside as a means of pretending we don't exist? In 2025, I will celebrate 20 years free of 2 simultaneous unrelated cancers, and I intend to live as many years more as possible. Where do I go? With all my heart, I'm asking you to pass the good cause eviction law to protect Binghamton tenants from these soaring rents. From Jill Schultz, East Side resident for about 20 years, I strongly support the good cause eviction statute and hope for a unanimous yes vote from City Council. From Joe Yannick, pass it. From Sherry Conklin, 15 Ardsley Road, please pass good cause, please protect fair housing. From Kathleen Weathers, it's time to step up and do your jobs. You need to act to help people obtain safe, reasonably priced housing. You're allowing these out of town and state and local slum landlords make Binghamton a laughingstock. Take some of the money from the garden on the roof or the police department, or use the money already dedicated for this and act. You supposedly work for the people, start acting like it. I'm a 75-year-old who's lived here all my life, and I've never been more embarrassed or disgusted with the council than I am now. I have to earn my paycheck. Maybe it's time you started earning yours. From Rich at Crestwood Pools, passing good cause will stop unfair rent hikes, protect renters from retaliatory evictions, hold landlords accountable for keeping homes livable. From Ariel Runyon, Dear Binghamton Council, I'm writing to you as a deeply concerned resident of Binghamton and an advocate for our community. As someone who works for a local nonprofit, I witness firsthand the struggles of hardworking families and individuals striving to maintain stability. Despite the skyrocketing rent costs and the prevalence of unsafe living conditions perpetuated by negligent landlords, it is disheartening that the dream of safe, affordable housing has become unattainable for so many, even for professionals like myself who are dedicated to serving this community. Rising rent prices, unaddressed repairs, and retaliatory evictions leave countless families trapped in precarious situations while out-of-state investors purchase affordable housing and prioritize renting to students over community members. Passing good cause eviction legislation would be a transformative step towards creating a fairer housing system. It would prevent unjustified rent increases, protect renters from retaliatory evictions, and ensure landlords maintain homes in livable conditions. Additionally, I urge you to explore measures to preserve affordable housing for Binghamton's working families, those who sustain our local economy and community. Keeping housing within the hands of local residents would not only address the immediate housing crisis, but also build a stronger, more cohesive Binghamton. Unaffordable and unstable housing conditions place enormous stress on parents and families, which directly impacts the growth and psychological development of children. Prolonged exposure to such stress creates an environment where children are more likely to grow up anxious and less equipped to become independent, productive, and functional adults. This is a critical opportunity to act with compassion, fairness, and foresight. I trust that you share the belief that everyone in our city deserves a safe, stable home. I hope the City of Binghamton will take meaningful steps to support renters and prioritize the well-being of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be glad to discuss this further or provide additional insight if helpful. From Martin Shea of 435 State Street. I'm writing to you to express my support for the good cause eviction legislation being considered by the Binghamton City Council. As a 20-year resident of the Northside community, I've experienced the grave disparity and fundamental unfairness of our current housing policy. Landlords, many from out of state, seem to have virtually unlimited power to evict, and tenants have virtually no recourse, particularly in low-income, elderly, and handicapped communities. Most tenants confronted with eviction cannot afford attorneys and do not understand the legal process of the housing courts. I acknowledge that there has to be a process to evict bad tenants who vandalize, do violence, steal drugs, and engage in prostitution and other negative things. At the same time, we need to protect good tenants' rights to redress grievances and obtain necessary repairs without the threat of being evicted for doing so. Many evictions arise from tenants who withhold their rent in order to compel the landlord to make necessary repairs and then face eviction for non-payment. There should be a streamlined system for tenants with legitimate complaints to deposit their rent into an escrow account with the housing court. The landlord would have to make repairs and resolve the issues in order to claim his rent from the escrow. A process to evict bad tenants who vandalize, do violence, steal drugs, and engage in prostitution, among other lease violations, might consist of 1 or 2 verbal warnings, 2 or 3 written warnings specifying the bad behavior and a demand to stop the negative behavior, followed by a streamlined eviction proceeding. This would be similar to the progressive discipline process used in industry. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for the good cause eviction legislation. From Aaron Zipman. My name is Aaron. I live on the south side of the city of Binghamton, and I would like my comment read into the record. I have seen for several years the damage that unjust eviction has done to our community members, the sort of tactics that landlords such as Isaac Anzarut and Douglas Ritter have used to wrongly villainize and evict their tenants, such as cutting off water to a family of 9 over unproven accusations of water damage, has forced families into terrible situations and exacerbated the risks and fear I have around renting in Binghamton. Opting into good cause will help tenants in the city by preventing unjust evictions, ensuring fair lease renewals, and giving renters the stability they need to live and work in the community without fear of losing their homes unnecessarily. This is a necessary law to ensure everyone can thrive here and that evictions only happen in situations that truly warrant it. From Neil Eldred, I live in the city of Binghamton, and I would like my comment read into the record. Opting into good cause will help tenants living in Binghamton by preventing unjust evictions, ensuring fair lease renewals for landlords and tenants, and giving renters the stability they need without fear of losing their homes unnecessarily. Good cause will also help to alleviate the homeless problem in our city. I am urging the city council to vote yes and opt into good cause eviction. From Wanda Mead Campbell of 73 Aldrich Ave. I live in the city of Binghamton, and I would like my comment read into the record. Opting into good cause will help tenants in the city by preventing unjust evictions, ensuring fair lease renewals, and giving renters the stability they need to live and work in the community without fear of losing their homes unnecessarily. If this law had been in place, Isaac Anzarut would not have been able to do the damage he did. I've been appalled by the damage he has done to our community. This can't happen again. I am urging the city council to vote yes and opt into good cause eviction. Thank you for supporting tenants' rights and helping ensure that all voices are heard in this critical discussion. From Emily Hotchkiss Plow of 234 Riverside Drive. I live in the city of Binghamton. I would like my comment read into the record. Opting into good cause will help tenants in the city by preventing unjust evictions, ensuring fair lease renewals, and giving renters the stability they need to live and work in the community without fear of losing their homes unnecessarily. Thank you to Binghamton City Council members for looking for solutions to address our growing houseless problem. From Abby Cherry. Imagine this. The place you call home is in a basement with holes in the walls and spiders on the floor. The hallway has no light, so you bring a flashlight in yourself and see that what you thought was shag carpet is actually flat carpet with 1.5 inches of cat hair on it. The vacuum that your landlord included in your rent price can't pick up a single crumb, so you get on your hands and knees and comb up the cat fur, then scrub the carpet by yourself. You are allergic to cats. At this home, your ceiling is so low that tall guests have to stay constantly stooped when they visit because they might hit their heads on the exposed water and gas pipes. One day, one of these pipes begins to smell strongly of sewage. You call the landlord and he comes over to investigate. He tells you that the pipe brings sewage down from the upstairs units. He pokes the pipe a few times, causing rusty paint to fall onto the floor you've worked so hard to keep clean. He muses, the pipe's got some weak spots. Then he leaves and never addresses the issue again. A few months later, while lying in bed, you notice that the already low ceiling above your head has been sinking lower and lower over the past few months, and you see that the paint is cracking and flaking from the droop. Knowing that this is a sign of water damage, you tell the landlord and the landlady, who are married. Neither of them responds. In your living room, there is a hole in the ceiling that leaks brown, rusty water and makes dirty paint chips fall down onto your couch. You beg the landlord and landlady to fix it, so they send a man over, and the man puts a bucket on the back of your couch to catch the water and paint. This is how they fix the problem. Another time, you smell gasoline in the kitchen, so you call the fire department. They come to your house and scan the area, and they tie yellow ribbons at various spots around many of those pipes above your head and tell you that each ribbon marks a weak spot in the pipes where gasoline is leaking out. They tell your landlord and landlady, a married couple, that they must fix the problem. The landlady is furious at you because now they legally have to spend money to fix the gas leaks. The worst event that happens in this place you call home is feces and toilet paper backing up into your shower through the drain. The smell is atrocious. You call the landlady and she tells you that she can send someone to clean it, but it will take 2 weeks, so you should find somewhere else to shower. You don't have somewhere else to shower, and you can't live in a home knowing that sewage is a few feet away from where you eat and sleep. You put on gloves and mask, and you cut holes into a garbage bag and put it on like a poncho. You get a truckload of bleach and you clean that sewage out of your own shower. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, your landlord and landlady are at their own home on 10 acres of land hosting dinner parties to promote health and wellness. You're having asthma attacks from someone else's cat fur and dry heaving while scrubbing up someone else's feces, while the people who own your carpet and own your poopy shower are asking their dinner guests which seasonal berries are best for health. As a thank you for your service cleaning sewage out of the shower, your landlady gives you a stack of quarters. These are the same quarters you yourself put into the laundry machines because your rent doesn't include laundry, even though the building's washer and dryer are next to your unit, and you have to hear other tenants doing their wash at all hours of the day. At the end of the year, your landlady and landlord tell you that if you want to stay another year, you will have to pay substantially more than you already are. When you ask why, they say that they've made significant improvements to the property. You ask what those improvements are. They proudly present 4 holly bushes and 10 feet of decorative fence that serves no purpose. This is not fiction. This is what I myself experienced a few years ago. Please, Binghamton, do something about these landlords. Don't let them neglect their own properties and then expect tenants to keep paying more and more money. We already pay so much to our labor and effort just to keep these horrible houses clean and livable. Please enact some guardrails to keep your people from being forced deeper into poverty due to inescapable rent hikes and terrible living conditions. From Christian Donahoe of Kearney Realty and Development Group. Members of the board, on behalf of the Kearney Realty and Development Group Incorporated, I am writing in support of the passage of RL 24-162, proposed zoning legislation to eliminate parking requirements for affordable housing. Passing of this legislation would directly benefit the creation of affordable housing in the city of Binghamton, including Kearney Group's Stadium Lofts project. Under current regulations, the project must provide 40 parking spaces. Through a concerted effort within the city, we were fortunate to identify nearby lots to provide 31 on-site parking spaces to the project. Even with these fortunate circumstances, we were still 9 parking spaces short of the required 40. In order to meet the requirement, Kearney Group has entered into agreement with the Binghamton Rumble Ponies to lease 9 spaces. The passing of this legislation will allow the project to rely solely on the 31 on-site parking spaces, reducing operating costs and complexity, enabling Kearney Group to dedicate more resources to the project, supporting its mission to provide high-quality, affordable housing to the city. This improves the project's cost effectiveness, which is a priority focus of the state when allocating the low-income housing tax credits necessary to the development of affordable housing projects. Passing of this legislation would improve the feasibility for and increase the likelihood of LIHTC allocation to affordable housing projects in the city of Binghamton. We look forward to continuing to work with the city of Binghamton on this exciting project. I did receive one public comment after the deadline. If you'd like me to read it, it's quite short. Okay. From Callisto Hess. Hello, I live in the city of Binghamton. Would like my comment read into the record at tonight's meeting. As I cannot be there myself, I urge you to adopt New York State's good cause eviction guidelines to protect tenants from unjust evictions and skyrocketing rents. This measure is essential for maintaining stable housing, preventing displacement, and ensuring our community remains inclusive and livable. Housing security is a growing concern, and swift action is needed to address it. Please prioritize this policy to safeguard the well-being of residents. Thank you for your consideration and for acting in the best interest of your constituents.
Thank you so much. Ooh. Yeah. I guess we'll have it read in now. Sorry, there's one more thing to read in.
This is a request in response to a request from the council president to submit the Commission for Conservation of the Environment's response to the Planning Department's response to concerns expressed regarding RL 24-162, a proposal to upzone the entire city of Binghamton. So the Planning Department is proposing upzoning to allow multiple units on smaller lots citywide. This is objectively incorrect. Multi-units are not allowed citywide. All zoning districts are not being upzoned. For reference, I am reading the initial, then the response, and then the response to the response. This is objectively incorrect. Multi-units are not allowed citywide. Your response is misleading. Townhouses can be considered single-family homes or multi-unit housing because of shared walls and shared lots. They are allowed in every residential designation according to City Planning's RL 24-162 documents. The proposed legislation would allow increases in the number of units attached plus smaller lots, both contributing to denser building and less open space. Every district is being upzoned through redefinition of the zoning designations. This will apply citywide, although impacts are not likely to be uniform in our many diverse and unique neighborhoods. The Planning Department does a disservice to the residents of Binghamton with this broad brush approach. Has any affordable housing project been stopped because of parking requirements? No affordable housing project has been completely prevented from moving forward, but almost all of them have required variances or had to seek lease agreements with nearby properties to meet the parking requirement, creating delays and increasing project costs in some cases. This is a sign that the existing parking requirements are burdensome, costly, and a deterrent to potential housing development. Furthermore, the CCE advocating for higher parking requirements runs counter to their environmental goals, as parking minimums result in more paved parking lots, increasing runoff and the heat island effect, as well as encouraging dependency on private vehicles. If the assertion is correct, then would it be possible for the Planning Department to cite specific cases and the outcomes of same to support the assertion being made? If the record or data exists to support the assertion, then it should be made available for review and analysis. For example, how many times has a variance been required? Specific number of cases. Has a variance request ever been denied? Cite decisions and details, etc. Data is not a matter of opinion or impression. The committee is fully cognizant of the effects induced by poorly designed parking lots. Nevertheless, the committee also appreciates that anticipated demand for parking must be addressed in one way or another, i.e. by on-site parking or by off-site parking. Comments for the committee have addressed this issue by highlighting the relative importance of alternative means of transportation, i.e. public transit. Requiring a variance is a good way to require affordable housing and green infrastructure as a condition for granting the variance. A variance application also allows for a public hearing, which our residents deserve. It's not very burdensome when the variance application is reasonable. It's called democracy. 3, seeker is incomplete. Seeker will be completed by City Council prior to a vote. It has not happened yet because the public hearing hasn't happened yet. Okay, so this is only a preliminary public hearing because clearly the public cannot be expected to comment on a blank document. 4, allows upzoning in flood-prone areas. Any construction in a floodplain requires floodplain development permits. This is controlled for already. This amendment does not bypass or undermine that regulation. It is irresponsible to upzone areas that are at increased risk for flooding. Who benefits from this? Do not do it. Comments from the commission address best practice as opposed to legal compliance. Why is the city encouraging development in areas of the city that are subject to flood risk when there are other areas of the city that are much less subject to adverse impact? As a matter of public policy, any further development in flood-prone areas should be discouraged by zoning regulation. 5, does not require green infrastructure. Green infrastructure is already called for in new parking areas, and when in URRP or SWPPP are triggered. This amendment does not bypass or undermine those regulations. Multi-unit resulting in 1,000 square feet of new impervious surface or a 1 to 2 family house resulting in 2,500 square feet of new impervious surface require an UURP, which includes green infrastructure. The inclusion of green infrastructure in the zoning law designations is recommended to offset the impacts of denser construction and less open space resulting from the proposed upzoning. The upzoning will allow as-of-right construction that undermines goals to reduce flooding risk and flood damage unless the zoning law also requires mitigation. Green infrastructure provides such mitigation. 6, impacts on neighborhood character were not assessed. This is untrue. Proposed bulk requirements are consistent with conditions on the ground in many of our neighborhoods. The bulk requirements and allowed uses were carefully considered to not cause dramatic changes in neighborhood character. Your response is untrue. Proposed bulk requirements are not consistent with conditions on the ground in some, if not many, of our neighborhoods. The bulk requirements and allowed uses were not carefully considered to not cause dramatic changes in neighborhood character. Your own testimony and that of Sarah Gloss at the City Council Planning Committee meeting on September 11th, 2024 proves this beyond any doubt. You were unprepared to answer questions, and Sarah Gloss bellyached that it would be a strain on your resources to look at every property. Yet the proposal is to upzone every property. This seems irresponsible and reckless. Where is the backup to show that bulk requirements are consistent or that bulk requirements and allowed uses were considered? 7, inventory of buildable lots was not produced. An inventory of all vacant lots in the city of Binghamton and throughout Broome County is publicly available through the Broome County GIS website. Fine, why don't you use it as a starting point to create a responsible approach to smart upzoning along with criteria such as walkability, proximity to public transportation, flood risk, and contextual zoning? Look at that.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you to everyone who commented or sent in emails.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute break. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilwoman Middleton, seconded by Councilman Porter. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute restroom break for people up there. There's a bathroom right up there. On the
Wanted to double check before I made a mistake.
Oh, no. All right, we're getting back to the meeting, calling the meeting back to order. Next we have first reading legislation.
Council President, I want to call a point of order.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to move introductory resolution 24-101 in finance to the top of the agenda.
Second.
I'll second.
Motioned by Councilman Dundon, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Any discussion or explanation? Sorry, I'm still looking through to make sure I know which one we're moving here.
That's the one for the ARPA money,
Oh,
as you're looking for the
perfect.
number.
Perfect, excellent. Yes, we can take a vote on moving that to the top. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. We are moving introductory resolution R 24-101 considered in finance to the beginning of the first read legislation agenda. And I hand things over to Councilman Kavanaugh.
Okay. All right, this is RL 24, introductory number RL 24-101. Resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an agreement with the Broome County Land Bank for the Affordable Homes Program. This would motion to.
I'll second.
By Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Discussion.
Yeah, I have a statement I actually want to make as a public record. After Monday's work session, I thought long and hard about this situation. I personally believe the timing of the ARPA money being found and allocated without the knowledge of City Council was 100% politically motivated. If it wasn't, then why did not only the Broome County Land Bank, but also the county executive know about this money before City Council? So it wasn't much of a surprise to hear the mayor's commitment to affordable housing in his press conference yesterday. To me, this is putting politics before people. People who are either living in hotel rooms or even worse, out on the streets. These residents are not only deserving, but it is their right as a human being to have access to affordable housing. To solve the housing shortage our community faces, we have to offer more opportunities to a diversity of developers. Sometimes in life, someone tries to serve you a shit sandwich and you are forced to take a bite. Well, this is one sandwich I refuse to take a bite of. So I'm in full support to allocate all of the ARPA money to the Southern Door Community Land Trust.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I think Councilman Kavanaugh was about to give just a brief description of what we're talking about.
Do you want to?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah,
go ahead, go
just to,
first.
just to, just to kind of be clear for the public. So this RL relates to the $386,749, which was originally allocated by the previous council, I think maybe in 2021, actually, to the Family Enrichment Network project that has not moved forward. So we find ourselves with this ARPA amount left to reallocate that has to be done before the end of the year. The form of this RL came from the mayor's office in their discussion with Broome County Land Bank. There is alternative proposal obviously out there. We had some folks in some of their land trust discussing that tonight. And I know Councilman Hotchkiss, of course, had put a resolution forward at the work session that now needs to take a different form. So in order to let that go through its necessary steps, that would have to be on a special business meeting. I would move to hold this over to that same special business meeting and we can have this out.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh for a holdover.
I second.
Seconded by Councilman Porter. Yeah, we do a roll call vote for these, so we'll do a roll call unless there's any other discussion on it.
Just a few things.
Councilman Middleton.
Yeah, so the reason why it's being held over is just because they are saying that the contract won't be done in the amount of time. So we're kind of on a time crunch when it comes to the contract. So that's the reason why we're holding it over, just in case we don't get everything done with the land, I mean, with Southern Door land. So that's the reason for the holdover. We want to make sure that it goes to them, but if it doesn't, we'd rather it go to housing rather than to salaries. And just before we vote on our holdover, when we had our meeting on Monday, I had asked the deputy mayor, what were the reasons, why we didn't support the project for the Southern Landlord, Southern Landlord. And it was just every single question to me was honestly excuse after excuse. And it made no sense to me. So, like I stated before, I feel like the mayor's office does not want to work with minority-led based organizations. They want to keep giving it to the same people over and over again, which is not right. They're looking just for a certain demographic to be eligible for housing, which is not right. I want everyone to remember that when people come out and they tell you that they are for housing, but it's supposed to be housing for all, not just for a certain demographic. So I want everyone to remember that come November.
Do anyone else want to say anything before we take a vote on the motion to hold over? Councilman Hotchkiss.
I'm not in favor of holding this over. I think it's been a pretty consistent trend for the mayor to corner us into a place where we have no other decision but to pass whatever resolution that he put forward. And I think we have the opportunity to flip that around on him right now. We can vote down the proposal for the land bank so that it doesn't have a chance to be reintroduced, and put the pressure on him to sign the contract to make sure that this funding goes to the Southern Door Community Land Trust, and ask that we've consistently had since the beginning of the year, specifically on this source of funding. It's been very consistent, and again we were told that the ARPA funding doesn't, it's gone, it's spent, there's no way that we can allocate it. And this represents less than 1% of the overall ARPA funding that was granted to the city. And to have any influence in the final hour over the smallest portion, I think we have to leverage every opportunity we can, even if it's the smallest portion of that funding. I would be in favor of voting this down and moving forward with pursuing the contract with the Southern Door Community Land Trust.
Okay.
And that I shared those contracts with you all. Everybody has stated that previously it would be impossible to get that contract done in time. I worked on it last night using reference copies from the other ARPA allocations. They're all very consistent. You can just basically plug and play the dollar amount, the organization, and use all the reference language. And I've sent that and shared with you all and the city attorneys that to review any of that work. And I think it's very achievable to have those contracts signed, and urge the mayor to sign them. So that would be my recommended course of action for this council.
Okay, I respect that, and I will go along with whatever you say.
Okay, Councilman Dundon.
Yeah, Nate, getting the contract done on your part, I had no doubt you would get done. At the end of the day, when it has to be signed by the mayor, that's where I figured we would have the hiccup. But I agree, the 7 of us need to stand tall on this, and we need to stick his feet to the fire. And I think that's what we need to do. So I'm not going to vote to roll this over.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Councilman.
Finally. I've been asking y'all, pleading, damn near cussing y'all out to fight. And I thank you for doing this, fighting. So yeah, I did second, but yeah. So let's get on with the vote.
Okay, the clerk can call the roll. Costi.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Hotchkiss and Councilman Dundon. I support this funding going to the Southern Door Community Land Trust. I've gotten to know these women a few times. They're great people, and I think this funding will help them secure future funding for the amazing work they do.
Thank you. All right, the clerk can now call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Nay.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh, Councilmember Dundon,
Not a chance.
Councilmember Costi,
Nay.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Nay.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 2-5.
So it is not held over. So then we can take a vote on it. Take a vote on the actual bill. There any?
Are we voting for,
We're
voting for 101 or 200?
Yeah,
101?
so we've decided not to hold it over, so now we're gonna vote on it. We can have more discussion before voting on it, but I think people spoke their piece.
Yep.
Okay, so if no one has anything to say, okay, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Nay.
Councilmember Middleton.
No.
Councilmember Kavanaugh,
Nay.
Councilmember Dundon.
Nay.
Councilmember Costi.
Nay.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Nay.
Council President Matavetsky.
Nay.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
So. Right, so the resolution does not pass. All right, returning back to our regularly scheduled agenda here. We'll go back to local law LL 24-06 considered in planning. Councilman Hotchkiss.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt introductory local law 24-06. This is a local law to repeal and replace the City of Binghamton Code Section 200-6 through 200-22 and sections 200-6 and through 200-26.
Second.
So this is
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
So this is a update of our code sections to be in compliant with state law. There's a few definitions that are added or updated, but it's overall, I don't think it's a massive change.
Any further discussion?
I mean,
Councilman Kavanaugh.
Yeah, we, after this was introduced, we asked for and received the
changes?
Tracked changes, thank you. I was just going to say that kind of the crossed out and underlined replacements. Tracked changes, that's much more succinct. Anyway, went through them, and these are, and Corporation Council has assured us these are all and only the state mandated changes. So.
Any additional differences were in the existing legislation? In the existing.
Already in city code.
In the city code?
Yes.
It's not adding new language.
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 7-0.
Right. The introductory local law passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-114 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
Gotta get that in the packet. Hold on. There's a lot of code tonight. Yeah, I know. All right. I'd like to motion to pass 024-114, an ordinance amending the 2024 CDBG budget to reflect service reductions.
By
Second.
Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman, was that Dundon or Costi? Costi. Discussion.
So this is reflecting not an intentional decrease in any programming, which I think a couple of the commenters were worried about. There was a change in our grant level from the federal government based on restatements. Restatements of calculation. The way we calculated program income impacted the amount of award we received, and we had to adjust some budget lines and allotments. I made a little bit of, I was slightly concerned about how I went about that as far as doing uniform reductions to different programs, but rather than being a little bit more careful, but overall, it's simply a type of reduction what we is available to give out. So rather than a conscious reduction in any program.
Any further discussion? Okay, clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-1.
Right, the introductory ordinance 024-114 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-115 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass 024-115, an ordinance to amend the 2024 general fund budget for the demolition of a fire damaged property at 122 Henry and 17 Williams.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
So when we did the demolition, moved the demolition funds around for these properties, the bills were not in for the site monitoring and environmental testing, and this is reflecting those bills that have come in.
Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Right, the ordinance 024-115 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-116 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass 024-116, an ordinance to amend the 2024 general fund budget for the emergency demolition at 9 Telegraph Street.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
This is for the garage demolition that the owner did not undertake. The city determined was necessary. And then the city will pursue recovery of the outlaid funds.
Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-1.
Okay, introductory ordinance 024-116 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-117 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass 024-117, an ordinance to amend the 2024 general fund budget to account for over budget year-end items.
I'll second.
By Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Discussion.
So this is plugging holes mostly in the overtime budget from the personnel services line, then a little bit from gas and fuel and uniforms. It makes those budget items at $87,000 cancels out within the general fund.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilman Porter?
You said it cancel out. What do you?
Yeah, so there's money left in these in the lines. We're just moving it from as you can see, gas and fuel, personnel services, and uniforms over into vehicle repair, travel and training, and overtime. So
Is this basically for just police?
I think this overtime is
Or is this fire?
specifically police. Yes.
Any further questions? Okay, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Nay.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Nay.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's
All
5-2.
right. Introductory ordinance 024-117 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-118 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass 024-118, an ordinance to amend the 2024 golf budget to account for the over budget and year-end items.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
Just to the point to the public, I know there were again a couple of concerned presenters. This particular one is generally speaking a good thing. We've had increased revenues at the golf course, and some of those increased revenues also come with increased costs. For example, if you're selling more merchandise at the pro shop, you need to buy more merchandise. So that expense line goes up, but the revenue line has gone up more. So we're accounting for those increased expenses, which are happening because we're getting increased business and increased revenue at the golf course. If you want to refer back to our exciting budget hearing where we had the folks that are running the golf course in to go through the financials and the performance over the last year, things are looking in a very positive direction at the golf course. So to the point where I think we have it breaking even a year or two earlier than we anticipated. So.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Not, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Nay.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Ovetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-1.
Okay. Ordinance 024-118 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-119 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
Okay, I'd like to motion to pass 024-119, an ordinance to amend the 2024 ramps budget to account for over budget year end items.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
So this is again, movement all within the parking ramp fund. We've had increased expenses in the lines we're used to seeing those in particular electricity and gasoline and diesel. And we had, I think, some increased management expenses as well at State and Collier Street. But those are offset by increased revenues. So we are okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Ovetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
All right. Introductory ordinance 024-119 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-120 considered in planning. Councilman Hotchkiss.
Make a motion to adopt introductory ordinance 024-120. This is an ordinance to amend chapter 410 to facilitate construction of new housing.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
So this is a piece of legislation that's gone back and forth quite a bit. But ultimately it is creating more flexibility within our current zoning to allow for different types of development within the community. There's a lot of different pieces of it, so it's hard to describe, one of which is the removing the parking requirements for senior and affordable housing, creating a definition for accessory dwelling unit, and just overall creating a little small nudge in the flexibility around zoning to ultimately try to make it easier to build housing here in Binghamton.
All right. Any further discussion? Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to commend both the planning department and the environmental commission for the work and the thoughtfulness they've put in crafting this proposal and in thoughtful consideration of it. And there's certainly been a healthy back and forth exchange of approaches and ideas. I ultimately sort of fall on the side of being in favor of this ordinance. After seriously thinking about a lot of the environmental commission's review and input, they're approaching their overall approach is a cautious one, which I appreciate, but you have to look at Binghamton as a mostly built city. Most of our undeveloped land is R1 on sides of hills and things that are not likely to get developed ever. And if they get developed, might be developed as a tract or a development, which will go through a more detailed planning process by itself. So what we are talking about, what we're adjusting for, are the empty lots that are here and there. It's infill housing. It's specific projects that will all go through site plan review that have flood concerns, flood considerations, stormwater runoff considerations, all those elements that the Environmental Commission pointed out as being important are important. But they're built into other parts of the planning process. And just essentially loosening up the first look at a project, the first look that somebody might take. Does the zoning code, does the framework the city uses to guide development allow me to do this thing? Whether that's an accessory dwelling unit or pursuing a townhouse style, small townhouse style project on a small lot. Building highly affordable housing or senior housing that doesn't have to have, based on practical common sense considerations, probably doesn't need quite as much parking as younger families with several commuters in one house or something like that. It reflects those things. It reflects realities on the ground. If you look at we've reduced some of the size requirements for building lots in here, the bulk requirements. If you went and measured a lot of lots in the city, a lot of lots in the first ward, a lot of lots on the west side, they didn't meet the guidelines were there. We're common sense, right sizing some of those lot definitions for what we actually have in the city, to the point where you could rebuild a house on a lot where a house had burned down before, and you facing setback requirements and things that you would have a challenge under the old code, because we created things for a city we wish we had, not the city that we actually have built. So I think these are some very logical, well-needed steps, and they are steps. And I think we're going to be revisiting some more revisions and updates in the next year. But I think these are positive steps forward for good forward-looking development in the city.
Further discussion?
Yeah,
Councilman Hotchkiss.
Thanks. I agree with a lot of the comments made by Councilman Kavanaugh. I think we want to continue to look at this and continue to work on it. I'm a little bit disappointed and frustrated that some of the recommendations that seem to be well received by both the planning department, the mayor's office, and the folks that originally proposed this didn't make it to the final draft. Specifically, there wasn't we don't have a definition of a co-op here, and I think that's just, it creates another opportunity for a different type of financing, a different type of ownership model that isn't widely used within the city of Binghamton, but presents a different opportunity for financing different types of projects. I think that absolutely needs to be a stronger consideration, even though there isn't a very strong historical track record for co-ops in the city of Binghamton. Additionally, I think there should be more consideration to the positive impacts that accessory dwelling units could have. Right now, I think what is outlined, while it allows them attached, I think there's a lot of literature that's supporting allowing the detached accessory dwelling units, which would essentially be similar to the size of a garage or a shed, or a tiny house, that would just allow for homeowners to create more housing units, to overall help combat our housing crisis. And I think it's universally appreciated that we all need more housing units to address those problems. I think there's opportunity there, but initially this was extremely exciting to me, because I've been learning more about how zoning influences the development that happens in a community, and different municipalities are taking steps to make reforms to allow for new types of development. And I think it's a way to be forward thinking and just let our city adapt for our future. Additionally, I think there's a lot of fear that it's just as soon as this zoning changes, there's going to be a huge apartment building that pops up on my block. I think that's not the case. Any single time there's any new project, it has to go through the planning commission, and then that gives an opportunity for the neighborhood or the block to weigh in on whether or not they think that's appropriate for their their neighborhood, and additionally gives the opportunity for a developer to kind of solicit the neighborhood to see if it's appropriate there. So and the project doesn't necessarily go forward or not, and there's a lot of challenges still, but creating an opportunity for maybe something new to exist that most people could be agreeable to, I think is a step in the right direction. And yeah, so that's why I've been in support of this. So.
Thank you. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I would, so the co-op portion of this was certainly one of my original in the RL, my original RL on co-ops and townhouses. And the way the co-op language was incorporated was basically, it's only one line, but for the purposes of this chapter, the definition shall include housing cooperatives. So anytime in here the condominium is mentioned, housing co-op is subsumed and included under that definition. So could it be clearer? Yes, I think so. I would have preferred to have condominium / co-op in every part of this and have co-op defined in here. I would prefer that, and maybe that's something we'll clean up next year, but effectively, it is in here. Attorney Bob, I had a meeting with, I had a meeting with Attorney Bob. I'm sorry, I keep saying, I'm sorry. Assistant Corporation Counsel Healy and Corporation Counsel Bergman. On this point, and it's their perspective and the planning department's perspective that any project coming in, this is sufficient language that a co-op will be treated as they should be treated and is allowed. So again, something we could go back and make clearer. I agree, but it is in here, and planning intends to treat any incoming projects that way.
Okay.
I am sorry.
No, no.
Bob.
I apologize.
Anyone else? Councilman Costi.
I'm proud of my Democratic colleagues for being in favor of cutting regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Technically, these are more regulations. They're just also cut red tape. Maybe.
Either way, I'm proud of you guys.
So I know we listened to lots and lots of letters that came in during public comment, but I did notice, I was trying my best to listen to all of them as they were sped read. There was one that came in from a developer, and given that I didn't read it prior to the meeting tonight, I can't say I personally validated what they were saying, but they did mention that they felt this legislation would also assist with applying for grants for affordable housing and getting them, because it would reduce some of the costs, which would make them more competitive. So other people hear that part. It was a long, lot of emails read.
That was
Kearney,
the Kearney development. So that's the Stadium Loft project. So, and we had, we dealt with their, the lots that the 31 parking spot lots earlier in the year, the city was able to find, and we sold to them. And now that's going to hopefully, with these new regulations, be sufficient for their needs. So, and make their project more efficient.
Yeah. Well, it sounded like they were saying something about, like, kind of more generally, that it makes applications a little bit more competitive.
Because you have to spend less on parking and less on maintaining that parking. So, yeah.
So, okay. All right. If no one else has anything to say, we'll have the. Success. I have it. Because. Okay, 1 second while we consult with council. We're just getting some documents in order from legal. All right. Okay, so can I get a motion to move this one to the end of first
I'll make the
reading
motion.
legislation? Motion by Councilwoman Middleton,
I second.
seconded by Councilwoman Porter. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we're gonna move the vote on this until we have the appropriate legal things for me to read.
All right, let's roll.
Appreciate it. Okay, back to our list here. So I guess we have to rescind the motion or just move it. We'll just table it? Just tabled it. Okay, perfect. It's moved. Next we have introductory ordinance 024-121 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to adopt 024-121, an ordinance to amend section 92-12 of the code of the city of Binghamton regarding the mayor's salary.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
Yes. So I have a question.
Councilman Porter.
So this is, when is this going to be in effect?
At the next term. It's not in effect for this mayor's
So
term.
229, is you're saying 2020,
26.
2026, it goes into effect.
So it will be whoever.
So this mayor election, by this time of election coming up,
It'll be the same.
this mayor wins again, we're paying him to kick our ass one more time.
We better not let him win.
That's it.
Well,
Can
unfortunately.
we stay away
I've
from
yet-
electioneering?
Hold up, excuse me. I've yet to see anyone step up. And you have no one willing to step up and no one to do anything about changing it.
For what the mayor gets paid now, it's a lot harder sell than if you can say, hey, you're going to make this much more later. I mean, nobody wants to take a pay cut to do these positions.
But it's not a pay cut.
It is.
Whatever is good for the goose is good for the gander. And this person can have this.
Alumni, it is. If someone right now is making $76,000, like to run the city, that's not a lot of money. I make that at a grocery store.
I mean, the city manager for Ithaca makes $185,000.
That's if you decided to go with city manager. Y'all ain't decided on that. Y'all ain't even thinking about.
Okay, alumni.
You're not even do.
So
My whole
honestly,
point is this.
honestly,
Hold on.
I feel like, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you off because, and this is why I'm going to cut you off, because outside of these chambers, we have been having that discussion. So I feel like we should continue to have that discussion outside of chambers. We should definitely vote on this and figure that out. But however we feel about whatever is going on does not need to be like broadcasted to the public. Like, we have been collectively gathering and talking about this, having the conversations. Come on in and have the conversation. But right now, saying, oh, we're not doing this and that shit, excuse my language, is unacceptable.
But what is much more unacceptable that we don't have anybody.
Alami,
But with the whole thing,
how do you know what we have? Like, seriously, like, I'm not trying to get crazy, but
I'm
how do
always
you
asking.
how do you
Always
know?
asking.
So come to a caucus meeting and find out
always
what we
asking.
have. Like, come to a caucus meeting. But
Point
no,
of order.
no,
Could we,
no, let me finish talking because now I'm on, okay? Come to a caucus meeting and you can find out what is going on. Don't come on here and say you guys aren't doing that and you guys don't do that. Like, we all work together.
I didn't say y'all didn't come up with it. I'm saying that
but
who
don't
do you
say
have?
don't say that we don't have anybody if you don't know
The whole
what's
thing
going
is, I
on.
don't want to pay somebody to
No,
just to use
allow
me
me.
as
I
a
understand that.
when we
We
already
can
know
have
we already got a person
No,
that's a
let me
tyrant.
finish
There's a
talking.
tyrant that is doing it.
And I understand how you feel. None of us are happy with that situation. However, I feel like we can discuss that collectively amongst us. We've been planning, Alumni. Come.
All right. Can we get back to, Councilman Kavanaugh, I think, was going to outline what this is and is not, and kind of
My whole thing
set
is
the
I
groundwork
haven't-
for what
nothing has
we're
said
going to be
anything
voting
that
on here.
said different.
That's not true.
When I
Hey,
have been coming to the
Let
conference.
Councilman Kavanaugh start with his just overview of the legislation.
Right, so my overview would be essentially the same as it was at the work session on Monday. Reviewing other municipalities in our our cohort, similar size, and looking at other specifically upstate municipalities. Downstate ones may considerably more. It's the ones that do not have city manager, they're all coming in around just under $100,000, 93 to 95, I think, or 97.5, I think. So to make us, a little bit more in line with those other municipalities, with other mayors that have similar responsibilities. I think a reasonable salary to fall on is around 95,000 with 1.5% increases, which will bring it to just under 100,000 by the end of the next mayor's next term. We have, certainly department heads that are making this much and more. We have rank and file police and firefighters that are making that are making more than the mayor. So I think it's, given the responsibilities and the scope of the job, it's only fair to have equitable pay. I'm for equitable pay from the summertime help at the parks up through the heads of the departments and the mayor. I think we need to consistently be there and making sure that we're delivering that across the board. And this is our one chance to do that right now. So it's a weird ordinance, or that's how it's structured. And it's to avoid this sort of conversation during election year or having a councilor mayor influencing their own salary, essentially. So now's our chance.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right.
I think it's
Councilman Hotchkiss.
My big reason for supporting this is that if you have a person with immense power that can manipulate things, it's good to make sure that they're not if their needs are met, they're going to be less likely to abuse their position. So for financial gain, that's all.
Anyone else? All right, the clerk can call the roll.
Wait 1 second. I actually did have a
Councilman Kavanaugh.
quick question for the attorney. So this has the ordinance take effect immediately, but then nowhere in the charter does it actually say what the mayor's salary would be next year. Do we want this to go into effect on
No.
January 2nd or something?
So
I could have just let this pass by, but
so this won't affect his salary for the coming year.
but it takes it out of the charter and replaces it with this, which is how they did it last time.
Yes.
Wait, but point A, the mayor's annual salary for 01/01/2026. It has a date.
Yes, but the 2025 salary gets removed from here. I mean, it's
Isn't-
already budgeted. It's already, this is,
Yeah, isn't it in the budget? Didn't we,
Yeah.
in the approved budget?
Yes. So, I mean, if you want to be
pedantic.
pointedly clear about it, you could say that that the actual text will go into place effective January 1st, 2025. But given the past practice of the city and the sort of understanding that this is applying beginning in 2026, I don't think it's necessary to do that.
Okay.
And it also doesn't provide a salary for that. So then sort of the old regime will still be in place.
Fair enough.
Thank you for clarifying. All right. Oh, I lost it. The clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Nay.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
No.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That is 5-2.
Ordinance 024-1021 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-122 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass 024-122, an ordinance to amend the 2024 capital budget to close grants no longer active.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
Again, so these are grant lines that have bits of money left over from various grants, and we're trying to close out and neaten up the books. I had questioned the comptroller at work session over this, and this is a very tiny percentage of the overall grant money that was involved here. I can't remember off the top of my head. But overall, we've been pretty effective at spending down the grants that we get. So these are just cleaning up those budget lines to keep everyone's plates a little bit clearer. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
Member Porter.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
All right. Introductory ordinance 024-122 passes. Next, we have introductory, oh, nope, we already voted on that.
Nope.
Wait.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
No,
Oh,
we didn't
Jennifer,
vote on
sorry.
that.
This is the other thing.
Sorry, yep. Introductory ordinance 024-125 considered in finance.
Nope. 124.
120,
124.
124 considered in
So
finance.
many.
Anyway, I'd like to motion to pass 024-124, an ordinance to amend the 2024 general fund and general fund budgets to reallocate ARPA funds.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
So these are funds that are in the water and sewer fund already. And we're just moving them from lines that don't have contracts that can be applied to lines that have contracts that they can be applied to so they can get spent down.
Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
All right. Introductory ordinance 024-124 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance 024-125 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass 024-125, an ordinance to transfer funds for police department travel and training.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
So these were, this is from the police personal services line into the travel and training line. We got the details that this particular increase reflected training I think 10 sergeants went to that had to do with use of force training and reporting elements. So good training to the kind of mid-level of the department.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
It
Clerk
was-
can call.
Was
Councilman Porter?
Yeah, was this just basically paying off of for that time and travel? That's basically what that was for, okay.
Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
All right, introductory ordinance O 24-125 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance O 24-126 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass O 24-126, an ordinance to amend the Department of Public Works budget for over budget items.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
So again, we're just transferring some money within the department where it's needed. They had some expensive foam filled tires and stuff for a particular piece of equipment that run $8,000. And then seasonal vehicle repair parts and some general shop materials and things that fall out of our auto parts contract that they need to now buy individually. So it's again coming from within their lines from their gas and fuel. So there we go.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. 7-0.
Introductory ordinance O 24-126 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance O 24-127 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass O 24-127, an ordinance to amend the parks budget for over budget items.
I'll second the
Second.
motion.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
We're just moving some money to pay the high electric bills that we're facing all over the city. Again, it's within the Parks Department lines, so.
Further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Introductory ordinance O 24-127 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance O 24-128 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass O 24-128, an ordinance to amend the capital fund to reallocate funds in the water and sewer budget.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Discussion.
This is just moving in from the water pump station project over to directly the water plant improvement funds. And Mr. Kruger outlined about the details of that and the work session on Monday, if anyone wants to look back.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kavanaugh. Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 7-0.
Introductory ordinance O 24-128 passes. Next, we have introductory ordinance O 24-129 considered in finance. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I'd like to motion to pass ordinance O 24-129, an ordinance to amend the 2024 police budget for the purchase of 3 vehicles.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
I'd like to motion to amend this.
I'll second.
Motion to amend.
Uh,
He's got to give,
Sorry.
explain your motion.
All right, so in when this was presented to us, I think vehicles should be considered during the budget process and in capital lines, we should be planning for that. I think I've been consistent in discussing that. And here we have leftover, quote unquote, leftover personnel money being used to just purchase vehicles. When we asked what the use of these vehicles would be, the deputy mayor did respond. She indicated that one vehicle is going to be replacing a vehicle that is essentially broken down and been pulled out of service, and the other 2 were going to be new use vehicles for the SIU. I am willing to have that discussion and evaluate the need when we have sort of a look at the overall vehicle fleet and the usage and, you know, replacement sort of schedules, like having an actual plan. So I don't think we need to be in a rush to buy 3 vehicles. I don't know that a specific need has been demonstrated. I had a look at the police annual report. We have 90 vehicles, according to the annual report, in the police fleet. So I think we should be having a little bit closer look at those and what they're doing and what's kind of just also, you know, sitting around, whether it needs to be repaired or need to be gotten rid of or whatever. But there is a sort of demonstrated need to replace 1 vehicle that has been pulled out of service. So I think that would be a fair compromise. And you know, if the department or the chief or the mayor wants to discuss the other 2, I think they should come and we can have a more in-depth discussion about you know, those kind of capital purchases. So I would like to amend this as follows: an ordinance to amend the 2024 budget for the purchase of strike 3 vehicles, replace with 1 vehicle. In the first whereas, replace 3 patrol vehicles with the words 1 vehicle. And down in section 1, replace in sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, strike 150,000 in each of those lines and replace with 50,000 in each of those lines. So 50,000 decrease in 1, 50,000 increase in 2, 50,000 increase in 3, 50,000 increase in 4.
Motioned by Councilman Kavanaugh.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Hotchkiss.
Oh, yeah.
Any further discussion on the,
Motion to amend.
sorry, wait, a vote on the
Any
the
discussion
motion.
on the motion to amend? Like,
A
is there-
discussion on the motion to amend, sorry. Any discussion on the motion to amend? No? Okay. Now we can take a vote on the proposed amendment.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Nay.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-1.
Okay. So now back to a discussion on the motion as amended. Any discussion on the motion as amended? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
Yeah,
Oh, Councilman Hotchkiss.
I think this is a responsible thing to do financially because that's all. So thank you for recommending this amendment.
Thank you. Yes. All right. So the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Or
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Right. Introductory ordinance 024-129 passes as amended. Introductory resolution R 24-98 considered in municipal and public affairs. Councilwoman Middleton.
I'd like to make a motion for introductory resolution 24-98. It's a resolution authorizing the visions and social on the state for the fireworks display for January 31st.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Middleton, seconded by Councilman Dundon. Discussion.
So basically it's just to have fireworks on the 31st down by the tracks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Okay, introductory resolution R 24-98 passes. Next, we have introductory resolution R 24-99 considered in planning. Councilman Hotchkiss.
Make a motion to adopt introductory ordinance R 24-99. This is a resolution to enter an agreement with various service agencies for CDBG.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Discussion.
Yep. So this is another area that our HUD allocation was affected, and we've had to rework the allocations. And this is going to be the final piece to finally get this out to the agencies that need them.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Hey.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-1.
All right, introductory resolution R 24-99 passes. Next, we have introductory resolution R 24-100 considered in Public Works. Councilman Dundon.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion on R 24-100. It's a resolution to accept a $545 donation from the Joyce K. L. Smith Memorial Fund.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Dundon, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
Yeah, this is going to be used to purchase signage with proposed installation on the 434 Greenway by where the Eagle Viewer and stuff will be.
And I have seen that beautiful, beautiful eagle. All right. Any other discussion? Okay, clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon,
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Okay, introductory resolution R 24-100 passes. Next, we have introductory resolution R 24-102 considered in Public Works. Councilman Dundon.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion on R 24-102. It's a resolution to enter a supplemental agreement with Brown and Caldwell.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Dundon, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Discussion.
Yeah, this agreement is so Brown and Caldwell Engineering for consulting on the lead and copper updates that are going to be done with DOC. So we're just trying to be proactive.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon,
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Introductory resolution R 24-102 passes. Next, we have introductory resolution R 24-104 considered in Public Works. Councilman Dundon.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion on R 24-104. It's a resolution to adopt the 2024 Broome County Hazard Mitigation Plan.
A second.
Motion by Councilman Dundon, seconded by Councilman Porter. Discussion.
Yeah, this is a plan that we have to do every 5 years with the county, and it helps to keep us in compliance with FEMA if the need ever arises.
Any further discussion? Okay. Clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. It's 7-0.
Introductory resolution R 24-104 passes. Next, we have introductory resolution R 24-105 considered in planning. Councilman Hotchkiss.
Do I need to do the secret motion first for this? Okay.
Okay. Okay, I now recognize Councilman Hotchkiss for the purpose of seeker concerning introductory resolution R 24-105.
The following secret motions are in reference to the legislation before us. Introductory resolution R 24-105, a resolution to adopt the climate action plan.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Dundon. Councilmember Hotchkiss,
Yeah.
seeker, please.
All right. I make a motion to declare the city council as lead agency under seeker.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Kavanaugh. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I make a motion to identify the property as unlisted under seeker.
Unlisted or?
This is an unlisted action.
And, yeah, sorry, there's just markups on my page. So there's a motion by Councilman Hotchkiss. Did I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Kavanaugh.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
All right. So I make a motion to issue a negative declaration under seeker for the following reason. The proposed sale will not conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations. The proposed.
The proposed action.
The proposed action, yeah.
Just substitute action for.
Okay, got
Yeah.
you. The proposed action will not conflict with an adopted land use or zoning regulations. The proposed action will not impair the character or quality of the existing community. The proposed action will not have an impact on a critical environmental area. The proposed action will not impact traffic or infrastructure, energy use, or water and sewer infrastructure. The proposed action will not negatively impact important historic resources. The proposed action will not result in an adverse impact to natural resources, erosion and flooding, or human health. I need a second.
Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Porter,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss. Excuse me.
Aye.
Council President Medvetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
Okay, seeker moves forward. I now recognize Councilman Hotchkiss for the purpose of motion considering introductory resolution R 24-105.
I make a motion to adopt introductory resolution R 24-105, a resolution to adopt the climate action plan.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilwoman Middleton. Discussion.
So we've had several presentations and meetings related to the climate action plan that has been worked on by the planning department. It's been reviewed by the CCE, and the contractors that was doing it is escaping me at this point. I think it's at a good place, and I think there's a lot of good content in there. And even when we adopt this, we have the flexibility of changing pieces of it in the future to adapt to any changes that we need in our community. But I think most of us here are familiar with the climate action plan. So
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Nay.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Medvetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 6-1.
Thank you. The resolution passes. Now we're going to be going through consideration for rollover. Oh, sorry, we moved one to the end. Yes. This was the seeker. Okay. 120. Here we go. All right. I now recognize Councilman Hotchkiss for the purpose of seeker concerning introductory ordinance 024-120.
the following seeker motions are in reference to the legislation before us: introductory ordinance 24-120, and ordinance to amend chapter 410 to facilitate construction of new housing.
Is there a second? Okay, motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion, or not discussion, sorry. Keep going with the seeker.
Make a motion to declare city council as lead agency under seeker.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Kavanaugh. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Make a motion to identify the property as type 1 under, excuse me. I make a motion to identify the action as type 1 under seeker.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Costi. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, I make a motion to issue a negative declaration under seeker for the following reasons. The proposed action will not conflict with an adopted land use.
Let me
Hang
jump
on,
in
hang
here
on.
because the factors are a little different.
Okay,
So
great.
we'll walk through the factors with everybody because I have them here. All right, so for seeker, it's a question of whether it's either a no or small impact or moderate to large impact. So we're gonna kick this out to council. I'll run through them, and then you guys can decide whether or not any of these are triggering a large impact, or if you think they're all no or small impact for purposes of the zoning changes. So the first question is whether or not there's going to be an impact on land. And whether proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site. I'd suggest to you that that's probably a no because it's a zoning change. Next is what's the impact on geological features? Will the proposed action result in the modification or destruction of or inhibit access to any unique or unusual landforms on the site? So this would be citywide. Impacts on surface water. Will the proposed action affect one or more wetlands or other surface water bodies? For example, streams, rivers, ponds, or lakes. For example, will it create a new water body? Will it result in an increase or decrease of over 10% or more of surface area of any body of water? Will it involve dredging, construction with adjoining freshwater tidal wetland, things like that. Impact on groundwater. The proposed action may result in the new or additional use of groundwater or may have the potential to introduce contaminants to groundwater or an aquifer. Will the proposed action result in development of land subject to flooding? Impacts on air. The proposed action may include a state-regulated air emission source. Impact on animals and plants. Will the proposed action result in the loss of flora or fauna? Will there be an impact on agricultural resources? Will the proposed action impact, for example, soil classified as soil group 1 through 4 on the New York State land classification system? Result in the excavation and compaction of the soil profile of the active agricultural land? We don't really have an active agricultural land in the city. Impact on aesthetic resources. The land use, the proposed action are obviously different from or in sharp contrast to current land use patterns between the proposed project and a scenic and aesthetic resource. Impact on historic and archaeological resources. Will the proposed action occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource? And basically, will it have any sort of impact on those resources? Impact on open space and recreation. Will the proposed action result in a loss of recreational opportunities or reduction of any open space resource as designated in any adopted municipal open space plan? Impact on critical environmental areas. Will the proposed action be located within or adjacent to a critical environmental area? And what sort of impact would it have on that environmental area? Impact on transportation. Will the proposed action result in a change to existing transportation systems, specifically negatively impacting them? Impact on energy. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the use of any form of energy? And obviously, what is the potential negative impact of that? Impact on human health. The proposed action have an impact on human health from exposure to new or existing sources of contaminants. Is the proposed action consistent with community plans? And is the proposed action consistent with community character? So, taking those 18 factors into account, it's up to you all to decide whether or not any of those are triggering a moderate to large impact or whether those all fall within the no to small impact category.
I mean, my feeling is that even though these changes apply citywide, again, we're dealing with generally small individual lots and individual projects. We're not talking about huge changes to again, giant apartment buildings just appearing or something, nothing like that. And then any historical district considerations or stormwater considerations, groundwater use considerations, other nearby environmental issues or historical issues are all checked back by the other parts of the code that we're not touching. So none of those protections or regulations are being affected here, and things still have to go through larger projects have to go through full site plan review or at least departmental review. So I think we're in the pretty much low impact end of the spectrum here. Do we have to go through all 18 with that, or is that a sufficient?
I
We
would
just
s-
haven't done a lot of seeker yet, so.
Yes, I would say that if there's any of them that you feel might be a moderate to large impact, we can talk about that. If you feel that they're all no to small, we can say that, someone could put forward that motion to say that after reviewing the 18 factors, you find that all of them are no to small impact.
With, also consideration, this has gone through our planning department and the county planning department without raising red flags, so. I would motion that there is a no to small impact on the 18 factors.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kavanaugh, seconded by Councilman Costi. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Porter.
I had a question. Are we amongst all the jargon? Are we voting for that these are not issues at hand? That's
That they have no to small
all right.
impact.
Okay, so
Mhm.
that's what we're going. All right. Just trying to make sure I'm following along.
Mhm.
All right. Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye. Okay, seeker moves forward. I now recognize Councilmember Hotchkiss for the purpose of a motion concerning introductory ordinance 24-120.
Only other note on this is it did go through the planning commission, who did recommend adopting it.
Oh, okay. So make motion to adopt introductory ordinance 24-120 and ordinance to amend chapter 410 to facilitate the construction of new housing.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hotchkiss, seconded by Councilman Costi. Discussion.
So we already went over this, but this is the update to the zoning and parking requirements. So
Any further discussion? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Porter.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dundon.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi, excuse me.
Aye.
Councilmember Hotchkiss.
Aye.
Council President Matavetsky.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 7-0.
All right. Introductory ordinance 024-120 passes. Now we're going through the list of RLs that we received over the past year that were not signed out to be voted on at this meeting. At this portion, council members with just a motion and a second can have something roll over. No, not even a
Just
second.
one person.
Literally just one person. If anybody wants to roll any of these over to 2025, they can. So first we have RL 24-121, an ordinance require, what? RL 24-21?
It's just 21.
Yeah, 21.
It's just 21.
Okay, sorry. An ordinance requiring elected and appointed City of Binghamton officials to submit an annual financial disclosure declaration. Yep, okay.
It's
gonna be part of the larger.
Yeah, the ethics, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
so 24-21, 24-27, and 24-65 will all fall under 24-64, which is the ethics reform package.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's why we're.
So,
putting
okay,
those all in
so there's no interest in rolling that over as it is part of RL 24-64. So we're gonna move to the next one. RL 24-24, local law to enact Police Choice Act, consolidating the Binghamton Police Department with Broome County Sheriff's Department.
No.
No interest in rolling it over. Next, we have RL 24-27, a resolution to pass the Clean Conscience Act barring any company with direct financial ties to or employing a sitting City of Binghamton elected official or anyone on their governmental staff from receiving any City of Binghamton funded contracts and or projects. And as
No.
you said that, yeah.
It's all in
Tied-
ethics.
it's all
Tied into
tied
the
in with
bigger
the ethics
package.
of the-
Mhm.
All right. Next, we have RL 24-55, an ordinance to amend the 2024 budget to allocate ARPA funds to support the Southern Door Community Land Trust. I think as discussed, that's
what we
gonna
plan
we're gonna be scheduling a special business meeting before the end of the year. So I don't think we need to roll it over. It also would be moot if we can't get a contract in place. Bye.
Just for clarification, this was the
Oh, the original one.
this the original one that Hajra had presented before us, and I think
Yeah.
the one right under it is the
Sorry.
one that DAR developers had presented.
Okay.
So
we do not need to roll over RL 24-55.
Or 63.
And then RL 24-63, there also won't be ARPA money to allocate in 2025. So I think we can safely not roll that one over.
Oh.
And then we have RL 24-64, a resolution to adopt an ethics reform package.
Yeah, I'd like to roll that over.
Okay, roll over. Next, we have RL 24-65, a resolution to adopt the Favor Act, Fairness and Accountability in Voting and Elected and Official Representation, banning city council members from nominating or appointing citizens to vacant city council seats or personally or via private entity donated to said campaigns.
I thought that was a no. Is that-
That's in
that-
ethics,
that's-
right?
That's a no. I figured
Yeah,
that was
Okay,
no.
yeah,
so we don't
it's
need to roll that
ethics.
over.
Yep.
All right, next, RL 24-95, a resolution for a clean city initiative abolishing city garbage bags as of January 1st, 2025.
I wanted to roll that over.
You'd like to roll that over? Okay. Councilman Fuller. Okay. Next, we have RL 24-96, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Binghamton, Chapter 410 zoning, Article 8, Section 410-32-G, I-1, Urban Business Park District to make social services permitted by right. Is there an interest in rolling that over? Okay.
What was that?
That related to allowing its social services by right in your district, over in your like. No? Okay. So we will not roll that one over. Next, we have RL 24-136, an ordinance to repeal Chapter 292, noise of the city charter and code of ordinances.
That was a no.
No.
I thought that was a no. Yeah.
And
And
I
we'll
think
go,
there needs
and
to
we'll
be-
go, I'll go into that one too. The main reason for that is there isn't a decibel reader. And so in order to really pass that, you want to make sure that you're being fair. And in this ordinance, it's basically going off hearsay. And like anyone can just say, oh, you're making a lot of noise. I'm going to call the cops, and the cops can kind of say whatever. But if you don't have a decibel reader, like you can't tell exactly, how loud the noise actually is. So it's we're open to having a noise ordinance, but with a decibel reader and having someone trained to read the decibel to read it. So this can come back or we can redo it, but we won't act on anything until we have a decibel reader, to be fair.
That'd be the same going for 137.
Yep.
Yes,
So-
yep.
Just to piggyback off Councilwoman Middleton, when we talked about this, all they kept saying is they have a criteria of 12 things on a list. Well, I don't care who you are, people have a tendency to be biased, and you can always fudge the list when it's your buddy versus somebody you dislike, where with a decimeter, there's no arguing it. This is, you're over this decibel, you're in violation, plain and simple.
Right.
So the consensus is, and clearly we are still working on a noise ordinance. We want to pass an updated noise ordinance with effective enforcement, just not this form.
Yeah, not this one.
Yeah, because we cannot seem to come to terms with the mayor's office.
So, yeah, so in terms of, noise ordinance, I know I've spoken to Councilwoman Middleton because she chairs MPA committee, about, trying to get, MPA meeting relating to, like, City of Ithaca does use,
Decibel reader.
Yeah, it does the decibel reader. And they're seem generally happy with it and willing to talk to council about it. Their law. So hopefully we'll get that moving and dealt with.
I mean,
before,
we need
spring.
it. I mean, we need it,
We
but
need
we can't go forward with that without a decibel reader. It's just one of those things where
Okay.
we can't.
So RL 24-137 there's no interest in that one. All right. RL 24-149, an ordinance to amend boards and commissions.
Seeing that this was yours, do you
Yeah.
wanna?
Yeah, I do. I
Okay.
still
Alright.
have
Okay.
thoughts on
I
that.
wrote your name next to it to see what you were gonna say. I had no skin in that game.
Next we have RL 24-150, an ordinance to amend the code of the city of Binghamton to eliminate mayor as director of public safety.
I'd like to roll that over.
Yes.
All right. Next we have RL 24-151, an ordinance to amend the code of the city of Binghamton to a city manager form of government.
I'll roll in over.
Okay. Next, we have RL 24-152, an ordinance to amend the code of the city of Binghamton to chapter 410 zoning to alter townhouse density.
The main points of this were folded into what we just voted on, and then some additional items and things that the planning department's also already picking up on will be in a package in the new year. So this one can go away.
Okay. Next, we have RL 24-153, an ordinance for published transparency for citizen access to information. So I believe this was the social media one, if I remember right. I've been in conversations with the deputy mayor trying to get access to have like the clerk's office have a Facebook page for city council that just posts our YouTube videos to that Facebook page, and modeled off of the city of Albany's city council Facebook page, which is really just links to meetings. It's not a political thing. It's just links to meetings to remind people meetings are happening. Announcements like public hearings, things like that, as well as group photos of council at parades and things, just very kind of a C-SPAN kind of Facebook social media page. I have not gotten permission. We'd have to go through IT. And I will keep pushing on this in the new year. But it is something that I don't think it's.
You should write an ordinance.
Maybe it will be an ordinance. I was hoping to just do it with discussions. But I will keep on that in the new year. I don't think it needs the legislation, but it is something I'm interested in pushing on when I have a little bit more bandwidth when I'm not president. So that's my update, but I don't think we need to roll it over because I don't think it's going to be this legislation. I don't think it's legislation. I think it's just good policy.
All right.
Okay. Next we have RL 24-178, a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into agreement with general code for codification. Oh. Okay, so the clerk was updating me that it's not, we need a new resolution anyway.
Right, we were notified that it must move through the Board of Contract and Supply first, so we're going through those steps and so it can't be considered this year.
But if we roll it over, do we have to reintroduce it? Rewrite it anyway. Okay, so we don't need to roll it over, but we are very much still aggressively pursuing and interested and dare I say, nagging.
Keep it alive then.
Of everyone
I
involved in
keep it
this
alive.
process.
Let's not let it lapse. Even though we're gonna have to change.
Okay, you want to
Yeah.
roll it over?
Yeah.
We'll roll it over.
And again, I believe that this contract should go to single source committee. I don't understand why it isn't. I think the guidelines in the charter about this are very clear, and I am quite kind of upset that it hasn't just proceeded that way to whoever's listening.
And for the general audience who's watching this discussion, general code will make it really much easier for everyone in the public, as well as city council, as well as all employees in the building to have access to understanding the city charter and jumping around and seeing our laws and there's going to be an app and everything. It's just like the cumbersomeness of going through the website and trying to find stuff. Things will be linked together, so you'll be able to see. It'll just, most cities, if I understand it correctly, most cities in New York State use general code. We used to use general code up through 2011. This project came out of the clerks going to NICOM and the mayor being at NICOM and being like, this is something we should do. But then there's been a lot of things slowing down. We were hoping to have this in place before the new year, which would have been rock star. But things have slowed down. Okay, RL 24-189, an ordinance to amend Charter Chapter 26, Article 6 to include professional services.
Yes, I'd like to roll that over.
Okay, over. Okay, RL 24-214, a local law to establish a new chapter in the code of the City of Binghamton, unlicensed cannabis activity.
I'd like to roll that over.
Okay, over. Yes, yes. All right. Me, 3 or 4, wherever we're at with it. Okay, next we have RL 24-217, an ordinance to amend section 265 of the code related to building and code enforcement. Was this Costy's? Councilman Costi, do you want it rolled over?
I'll roll it over. I'll haunt you guys next year.
Great, thank you. Next we have RL 24-223, an ordinance to amend chapter 410 zoning to control certain land uses that present a hazard to public health.
So this was actually, I think this was one that Tito submitted and never had a chance to present. There's some scheduling conflicts with the work session and then the committee meeting. I had corresponded with him a little bit about this, and he said due to everything like coming to a head at the end of the year, he was going to take it up in January. So I think rolling it over is appropriate.
Next, we have RL 24-242, an ordinance to amend the 2024 general fund police budget for over budget items.
We kind of have to roll that over, don't we? Yeah, we have
If
to.
we don't, it's just gonna come back in another form. We're gonna have to balance the budget lines out somehow, but we were asking for some information, I think, so I'll roll it over, but
it may make its way to a special business meeting.
something like that.
Okay.
Maybe, we'll see.
Okay. Next, we
I'll
have.
talk with Chuck.
Next, we have, again, we're going to have a special business meeting very soon to deal with the CSEA contract, which we still have not received. Correct? Okay. Just making sure it didn't come in while driving in. So we are going to have that. And then, of course, we've had the discussion on the ARPA money that has to get dealt with. So those 2 items will be on a special business meeting, and some of these other items, if we get the information needed, may get put on that as well. Okay, Lastly, we have RL 24-250, a local law to prohibit eviction without good cause.
Yep.
That's a roll.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now we move to communications from council.
Yay.
Yay. It's not even 10 o'clock, guys. We're doing it. All right. Let's start with Councilman Costi because it's his final constituent comments.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep this short. It's been a long night. Serving the residents of Binghamton has been the greatest honor of my life. I love this city, and this city has some of the greatest people in the world here. Although my time on this council is coming to an end, I look forward to the ongoing progress the city will continue to make. I want to thank every member on this council for nominating me for this role. You've all made me a better man and a better citizen. I also want to personally thank Council President Medevetsky. She is truly one of the best public servants I've ever met. It was a pleasure to share the South Side with her this year. Last but not least, the clerk's office. Sam, Sarah, you guys have been wonderful to me this year, and they're a huge asset to the city. I did overhear at the lunch we had that this is the best clerk's office the city's had, and I'd agree with that. Thank you for the privilege of serving. I look forward to seeing our city continue to grow and thrive. Merry Christmas to all, and God bless.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Councilman Dundon.
So first, I'd like to wish my fellow council members, the clerk's office, the employees of the city, and all the residents and their family a very happy holiday over this holiday season. As we're coming to an end on our first year, I'm very proud of some of our successes. Definitely, it's been a learning curve for all of us. I try to let people know, keep in mind, we're only human, and a lot of this we're learning as we go. But our hearts are in the right spot, and every day we give 100% to this city because we care. It sure is not for the meager stipend they call a paycheck. And last, I would like to thank Michael Costi for stepping up. It takes a lot of courage and compassion. And courage in the fact that he came in to represent District 6, knowing how contentious it was going to be. He never got any welcoming from the Republican Party. If anything, he's more of an honorary Democrat at this point in time. And compassion, because he did the job. Unlike his predecessor, he actually has presented legislation. He's taken constituents' calls. He's gone to neighborhood watch or neighborhood meetings. He's actually done the job. He didn't just step in to collect a check. And that just shows his character and how much he actually cared for the city to step in to a seat where he's never been in public office, doesn't know really any of us except me. And again, it's not like the Republicans opened him coming in with open arms. So Mike, I really tip my hat to you, and it means a lot that you stepped up the way you did. And I'm proud to say that you're actually a friend of mine. Thank you.
Thanks, Council.
All right, Councilman Porter.
You can come back in.
Councilman Middleton.
I would start by saying that this year has probably been one of the hardest years of my life. When we were first sworn in and then sued right away, was just kind of a shock and kind of what was to come of the year, the ups and downs. And I'm actually glad that I experienced every bit of everything that went on, because it brought a new perspective to my life of how I want to be treated, how we should treat each other. And even though, like, you saw me and Elaine go back and forth, it is still all love. Like, we're not mad at each other. We talked even after our little, right? Didn't we talk? No, I get it. I like it. I like it. No, I get it. We talked. So anyways, but like, it is good. It is all good. And I'm glad to serve on council with everyone here. We're all Democrats, but we're all a different type of, oh, thank you. I forgot. Yeah, you're honorary, but we all serve in the same party, but we're all separately a different type of Democrat. And we definitely are. And, I'm grateful for that, just learning from everybody, learning differences and coming together. I would say a lot of the microaggressions and racism that I experienced this year, I'm not shocked because I've experienced that all my life. I'm hoping it's going to get better in 2025, even though I know it's not going to get better, but going to work hard towards that, continue to try my best to serve the best district here, a second district. And right, but yeah, you know, second district. And just do right by the citizens of Binghamton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kavanaugh.
I've talked too much tonight. Happy holidays, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Chrysler.
I guess. All right, Councilman Hotchkiss. You go. Go ahead, Councilman Hotchkiss.
I don't have anything prepared, and I don't think this meeting feels like the conclusion of the year yet. So I'm having a good time, and I think we're we're learning a lot. We're going to get a lot done. I think next year is going to be twice as productive for us, if not more. I'm grateful for all the people that came out and shared their comment related to the good cause legislation. I think it's a very reasonable and necessary protection for tenants, and I hope that we can move forward with it next year. I think it's opened a lot of conversations that I normally wouldn't have, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to have them. There's a lot of different organizations that want to weigh in on this, and I think it opens doors to, like, there's people that are. I had so many conversations. It seems like there's people that are completely detached in, like, they're living in different universes as in terms of like what the reality they experience, and trying to share the many different sides of that whole the housing equation is it's very interesting, and I think it's satisfying, and I think it opens up more opportunities for partnerships and moving forward on our housing issues throughout the city. Yeah, and thank you, Mike Costi, for serving here. You are emblematic of the family member that I'm trying to avoid having a political conversation with at every family gathering that I have to have that conversation. And I appreciate that we have that, because at the end of the day, we can eventually agree on some things, and I think that's valuable to have that forced conversation. So thank you for showing up and doing the job.
Thank you,
That's
Councilman.
all.
Councilman Porter.
This year, in agreement with Councilwoman Middleton, it's been a doozy. I know for me, it's been quite frustrating. And pretty much a knockout, drag out fight. Dealing with some family personal problems that continue to go on, and then also dealing with a health scare that could have took me out, not but once, but twice. I know within the last few months, I have felt that I don't know if I could continue to do this. Involving the whole aspect of dealing with an imposter syndrome feeling from the start to now to here, still have it. I don't even think I'm doing any success within the council. That's on my part, not on anybody else's. So it tends to lead me to question certain things about my involvement with council. I wish the best of luck for most of you. I don't know what's leading. I just know that eventually I'm going to probably fade out And I just know the fight in me is about left. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of intrusive thoughts in my head. And I don't want to continue with intrusive thoughts in my head. So probably sometime next year, I'll probably be leaving this city council. I have no problem saying that on record. So let the chips may fall where they may.
Do what's best for yourself.
Whatever you choose, we will support you.
100%. You have to do what's best for yourself. So whatever it is, we will always be here for you. So respect.
I appreciate it. It's not so much like the more of a pity party. It's just I'm just
No, honestly, whatever you choose, like we
just-
support you 100%. So I understand. It's not an easy role. It's not an easy task. You're literally like it comes from all angles. So I understand it's not an easy job. We're public servants and you're not being compensated even for the work that you do, but you do it because you want to make change, but sometimes, things happen and things in life. So whatever you choose, alumni, like we as a council support you 100%. But we want to make sure that you're fully like able to perform your duties for council also. You're welcome.
Well, thank you all for sharing. I wouldn't have had you go first if I knew. And I'm very glad, alumni, that you survived multiple health things that you
Yeah.
shared with us tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're happy you're here on Earth and with us. All right. I still have all my constituent stuff yep, here it comes. It's my last time as president giving my constituent feedback. So it's.
But we do have a special business meeting, so
No,
it's not your last time.
there's no constituent comment. No. So we have from the Food Bank 2024 Holiday Pantry and Community Meals Hours, Loaves and Fishes Food Pantry in Southside will be open Monday, December 23rd, 2024 from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. They can be reached at 607-724-5304. I believe that was the only one. They have a Facebook posting, and I've reshared it to my page, but it has all the openings for pantries and community meals. So check that out. I believe the only one in the South Side, though, is the Loaves and Fishes one.
What's the address on it?
It's on Mill, like low Mill. It's in District 6.
Oh, I don't know.
But it's the walkable one for
Like up,
people in my
is it
district.
like up the hill, kind of.
It's kind of lower
down.
Mill.
Okay.
It's District 6 Mill. Discovery Center, December 20th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's their third Friday free admission night. And that's sponsored by Broome County Arts Council United Cultural Fund. They also have special programming December 26th, 27th, January 2nd, and January 3rd from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. The special programming will be focused on Arctic animals, and it's for, winter break. Kids are home, need something to do. And those special programming is included with admission. December 30th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Discovery Center's the Kids New Year's Eve Extravaganza. Learn about World New Year's traditions. There'll be a balloon drops at 11 a.m., 12 p.m., and 1 p.m. And there'll be activities, crafts, and performances. And it's all of that is included with admission. Updates. We're still working on getting a mobile food pantry in the South Side. There's been a hiccup with insurance. There is still hope for it to start February 4th. We had hoped that it would be starting in January. But I'll be updating you that in the new year. There's a lot of steps to getting a mobile food pantry in place. Blue bags, I'm gonna ask Councilman Kavanaugh, did you get a letter from Waste Zero? No. All right, so we are still waiting for our small stores in Binghamton, significance to me, residents in Southside East, to have access to blue bags to throw their trash out. We have blue bag deserts. Woodland and Mary, I mentioned before, there's a 4-way stop going in targeted for March. In the meantime, we're going to be adding signage. There is also some outreach, people reaching out to me about the reflective tape that was put up on the stop signs there, kind of falling off a little bit. I connected with Acting Commissioner Paluti, and he said the tape that's up is just temporary measure, something, the sign machine and whatnot, I guess it's like backed up. So there's going to be something a little bit nicer and more permanent coming in. I meant to say this at the last meeting. I just to express some support for Councilwoman-elect Rathmel's push for protocols that include nonprofits, street outreach teams, while people are getting relocated from encampments. I went to a meeting at United Way I don't know, a couple months ago at this point, and connected with outreach groups that serve not just Binghamton, but other cities in upstate New York. And it sounds like other areas do those types of protocols. They work, they're happening in other places. And there's not really a great reason to not do that here. So I'm looking forward to having that pushed in the new year. And with that, I guess I'll say it's
Motion
been an
to adjourn.
honored to serve as president this year. And I know people are very excited for our January meeting to learn who will be taking over the helm for the new year. I think, I tried a diplomatic and open approach, and it's not clear that was as successful as I would have hoped. And we're gonna try someone with a different personality and see if we can get things going a little bit more in 2025. And I look forward to seeing where things go. And thank you again to Councilman Costi for serving temporarily. And since we don't know when you or may or may not, thank you, Councilman Porter, for serving as well. Anyway, appreciate you all. And I appreciate all the department heads that have been willing to talk to me on or off the record. And the rank and file people that have gotten to connect with this year. And please continue to speak to me, even though I won't be president. And with that,
And
happy holidays. I gotta say happy holidays, just to irk Councilman Costi a little bit. Happy holidays.
Council President, you did a good job this year. We all came in with different expectations than I think we ran into, but the way you conducted yourself the whole time, you should hold your head high. You did a wonderful job.
Especially with no manual, no book, no manual, nothing you could study, Hadassah.
No special rules. Book.
Yeah. Nothing you could study or see the contrast or what worked and what didn't work.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you did well.
Well, I appreciate
You did well.
Anyway, I will take the motion to adjourn. Enough of the.
I want to add one thing to the record first.
Okay.
I am not an honorary Democrat, but I will say for the first time in my life, I will miss 6 Democrats.
Oh.
And with that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Outside neighborhood assembly, right?
And
We're still
Yeah.
gonna see you, so, all right.
I'll second.